So as we see, the players are going to start the round. We have the few minutes before the round. I'll let you know the tie break. So as we already said, we have 11 games. Miranda Rodriguez Tania against Claudia. We remember yesterday it was a great game where Miranda Rodriguez Tania got the victory with the black colors and they equalized the score. Here we have them on the camera. It will be, I think it will be one of the most interesting tie breaks in today. Next pair we have Zahedifar Anahita against Peudalieva Gokha, Miles Sophie Omonova Omida, Lee Yunshan playing against Mamadova Gulnar, Border Rodas Ana Paula against Jade. Also, we have Cervantes Ladeiro Talia playing against Monguzul Baterdene, Toncheva Nadia against Avramido Anastasia, Zala Ur against Gaponenko Ina, Kirtazi Anastasia Matnaz Bugiashvili N, and Kairbekova Amina against Alinasab Mobina.
Oof, a lot of very interesting matchups indeed. And now let's go to the playing venue and check it out if we have all the players already at the boards.
We are live in a much emptier hall today as we only have 22 players who are all battling it out and 11 of them will only make it through. Yes, it's the tie breaks day. Some of these players arrived almost 20 minutes before the game even started, so we can tell the tensions are high. They either drew their first games against their opponent or lost one 1-1. So today, everything's on the line. They're fighting to stay in the tournament. Games are about to start, and as you might notice, every board has its own arbiter. Of course, because in the nature of Rapid and Blitz, things can get quite chaotic. So stay tuned. I think we're going to see some exciting games today. Back to the studio.
Well, some of the players arrived 20 minutes earlier today for the tie breaks. We can feel the tension indeed. Look at them, they barely have the eye contact to each other.
I have a feeling that Miranda Rodriguez Tania never went out from the playing venue, even from yesterday. We remember that
we need one camera to that to
she's sitting all the time at the board, fully focused.
Exactly, Valerie, you mentioned about Miranda Rodriguez Tania. Let's now take a look at the highlights of yesterday and check it out, what has happened. And they actually just started to play. They just started to play, so maybe we will just focus on the game.
Oh, it's a Petrov system. On the first board we have here, Miranda Rodriguez Tania against Claudia. We have the Petrov system. Exchange variation.
I'm really curious about this matchup because I know Cologne is very good Rapid player. She was one of the prize winners of the World Rapid and Blitz tournament for some time ago, and she's very, very good at this. We have never seen Rodriguez playing. Myself, I have never seen. We will see today. We have a lot expectations from her because these last 2 days she was a star.
Yes, actually it was like that. Second board we have Priyanka against Galokha. Very interesting beginning with the Karakan. And e6 sacrificing, of course, after taking on e6, the white has compensation connected to the light squares. Next board we have Zahedifar Anahita against Peudalieva Gokha. Here is minus plus quiet opening, the queen's accepted gambit.
Valerie, we do have this game on the board. This is our second board where we have very interesting position. This is Galokha against Priyanka. Shall we have that game on the board and check it out?
Yes, this is what I was talking about, the light squares, that the white sacrificed the pawn, and now they will create the initiative on the light squares.
When I play this with black, I think that's the mistake to allow my opponent to play e6.
Yes.
Do you think that was intentional from Gal
It's
to
very
get this?
interesting what happened actually, because yes, white has more than the compensation in this position. It is white to move. They capture on h7, black captures, and queen d3. Makes sense. Attacking the h7 rook, and on the same time we can do the queen g6 check on the comfortable moment when we like to do it.
Interesting decision here by black to weaken the king side so much. Now she's taking her some time. She can also play knight f6.
I think she
right?
was not expecting that from Galokha.
Yeah. Oh,
She played queen d3.
Gal is very, very promising youth player.
Yes,
from
she is.
Hungary, and she was actually considered to be a very good and strong player after Polish sisters for Hungary.
Could be. At least she is from the chess country. We can say that.
Indeed, and yeah, she's an amazing player. Knight f6 has been played. I wonder what is her answer if white goes here to g5 is not a threat, right?
Yes, it's not, because black will just capture and there is no capturing back. The rook is hanging on h1. But by the way, after g5, h takes g5, white could capture with the bishop, which also makes sense to develop the pieces and do the long side castle as soon as possible. Okay, I think we can go to the next game. Here we have Kirtadze Anastasia against Matnaz Bugiashvili N. This is a very typical Sicilian defense, so I will not stay here too much. The position is with a mutual play. Oh, they look so confident, both of them. So the view is like they are playing the classical game.
Exactly. I have a question to you. How easy do you think it is for a chess player to switch from classical time control, which is
It's not easy
1
at
hour,
all.
30 minutes, and then to have 15 minutes only?
Yeah, it's not easy at all. It's an absolutely different mode that you have to turn on. Okay, we go to the next. We can go actually back to Miranda Rodriguez and Claudia Colon, as they played a lot of moves.
Exactly.
already.
Valerie, I suggest to rotate between these three games now, because those are the most exciting.
Yeah.
And what is your take here? Why they traded so many pieces so early?
Yeah, they did it quite quickly. The position is equal, definitely equal. So let's see, maybe with a slightly better chances for white, as their king is actually more safe, that the white can play, for example, king c1. But nothing special, as the white could not create any special threats here. So as we see, Claudia looks quite comfortable in this
She
position.
actually has the increment on the clock, 16 minutes. We know that the time control in these rapid games are 15 plus 10 seconds. So she played all this move on increment and gained some time as well.
Yes, she did. Okay, let's take a look at Priyanka against Galokha. Priyanka decided to play knight h3, and now g5 is threatening, as after g5, if the black captures with the pawn, white captures with the pawn, and this line is blocked with the knight, and it will be a decisive advantage for white. But I'm completely sure that Galokha will not blunder that threat, and she will take care about her rook, which is kind of hanging on h7. So the rook just can go to, for example, h8, but after knight f4. So in total, white has more than the compensation, and that's for sure. It's kind of unlucky opening that black has in this game. I'll take a look at some new game. Zahe Difar Anahita against Beudalieva Gofar. This is absolutely quiet position from Queen's accepted gambit. Here we see them on the screen. The position is with, formally we can say, with the slightly better chances for white, but on the same time I think it will be a long game. Sophie playing against Omonova Umida from Azerbaijan. And this is a very interesting position we have on the board after move number 14 that the white did, b takes c3. It seems that the white is ahead in development quite much, which gives to white the advantage. Definitely it is the advantage. So maybe white could play here in this position even c4 to move ahead. I'm not worried about this bishop, because I think that the development here makes more sense than the bishop and even the pawn on a3. I'll play rook c3 here. Later I can move that rook on the king side to attack the king, which probably will do the short castle. So in this moment Millet is thinking. We can wait a few seconds. It's interesting. She will play c4, or she will play, for example, rook b1, which is also a possible move, but I just don't want to lose the time with white, as we have the temporary advantage. And we are waiting for the short castle of black side to attack the king there. But actually black could wait from that and just develop the bishop on d7 if the white will not create any troubles. That's why I want to push c4 and maybe even c5 or d5 later.
Valerie, can we see some funny lines here? Sophie is thinking here, and there is also this funny looking line. How about to play d5 now? Oh, she's going rook to b1.
She played rook b1.
My question is, if after castle, white is going to sacrifice the bishop and try to attempt to have
in this case
Greek
right
sacrifice.
Now, right? So to take this,
takes knight to g5. Very common idea.
Yes, very common idea. I don't know if it is enough to win the game, and the rook goes, for example, on e8. f7 pawn is
protected by the queen.
Supported by the queen, but still, of course, it will be very dangerous at, oops, not queen g8, but... Okay, so after rook b1, castle, bishop takes h7, king takes h7, knight g5, king g8, queen h5, rook e8, queen h7, king f8, queen h8 check, king e7, and queen takes g7. So f7 pawn is hanging, maybe rook f8 is only
and I
move.
jump knight to h7 and open
Knight
up the
h7,
square
then
for
bishop g5
yes.
check. Yes, it will be a crazy attack there. That's why Omonova decided to play h6.
Yes, very nice move. I like that. Not to spend too much time for calculation and just going for safe
but
approach.
Still, the white has a huge advantage. You know, they are ahead in development too much. So just c4 now. h6 is not fully solving the problems, because everywhere could be the sacrificing on h6, like bishop takes h6. Okay, here the advantage for white is quite huge, and she played c4. Of course, she played c4. I'm afraid for the black's position here. I mean, white has everything what they could have.
Yeah,
from
more
the opening.
space advantage, which gives your pieces more squares to move.
Yes.
And also quite nice initiative to attack on the king side, because Valerie, even if you castle here on the short side, I still have queen e4 to start to annoy black's king.
Yes, queen e4 there could be faced by f5, for example, if you immediately queen f4. But still, castle and the king is not safe there. I mean, by itself, it's not safe. You have to count the sacrificings on h6 always. On the same time, some c5s is also coming, and but white is dominating on the whole board. So it's very difficult to play in this time control such a kind of position. On the first board we have a very equal position, we could say like that, yes. Miranda Rodriguez with white and Claudia with black. Next game, okay, it's very interesting what's going on in Priyanka Galokha's battle. So white still have a big advantage. So in the game was after knight h3, it was c4, queen g6 check, king d7, and it is
white to move.
What's going on g5, Katie?
Oh, I love g5 to open up the king side.
And
if
the rook is hanging on h7. So
yeah, if pawn takes,
take.
I can take with a pawn. It's a double attack. Knight is hanging, rook is hanging at the same
I just don't
time.
understand what's going on. Is not white gaining the material? It seems like that.
Well, there is a tactical motive there. After g5, black has a brilliant move that saves the game. Is queen to e8. Offering a queen trade, and after queen takes e8, knight takes e8, and your knight is safer.
You are correct. So it could happen even after taking on g5, right? So take, and queen e8.
Exactly.
And the queen does not have a space on this diagonal to go anywhere. Okay, so it's not necessary to play g5 at all in this position.
You can actually just develop your queen side as well, because this knight and the bishop is still not into game. Something
But
like
after
knight
queen
to
e8, black is forcing to trade the queens.
You can go here knight to c3.
And on queen e8,
queen
for
e8,
example?
you're just fine with the queen trade. You bring knight to f4. You see, if you take this queen, I take with the knight, and your rook is stuck there, and your bishop on f8 is
Also
hanging.
stuck,
Yeah, after g5.
I just didn't want to trade the queens. What about c3? On queen e8 to play queen c2.
That's another option if you want to keep the queens on the board, as the black's king is exposed.
Somehow I like it more. But still, okay, after knight f4 and trading the queens is also a big advantage. Priyanka is thinking for now.
Yeah, talking about Priyanka, she is a women international master. At this tournament, she has rating of 2090, but she is actually way much stronger than her current rating, and her peak was 2219. So here we have more or less quite equal match, because we also have Galokha. At this point, she has 2300 rating point, and she goes knight to f4.
Priyanka played knight f4 straight away.
Also a possibility.
So on queen e8, she is ready to trade the queens.
And yeah, she can just develop her pieces in that scenario. And why she brought this knight here on f4? Because if the knight gets on g6, black's king side is totally locked down. You can't move the pieces there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's quite surprising choice here by Gal. Are not you? Like, I think that it was a little bit.
I think it was
mistake. She wanted to play something. Yeah. I did it once myself. I allowed my opponent. You have to bring the bishop back to control e6 square, and it was a long, very long game for me.
Is better there. So in this moment, Katie is talking about this moment. That on g4 to play bishop d7. So you mean this, right?
Yeah, this is the theory. But sometimes it just happens you automatically play this bishop on a4 or on h7, and that's it.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Of course, it happens. But okay, huge advantage for Priyanka in this game. Let's take a look at Sophie, which start attacking the center. Oh my God, white is just dominating. Oh, another bishop though. It's tough situation for Omonova, very tough situation.
Valerie, black is about now to castle, or she has to do something, right? But if you take the knight c4 and take this pawn, this actually allows white to take the pawn on g7, and then black skin will struggle to castle on the short side forever.
I don't know even what to say here. On the same time, doing the short castle will be also very dangerous because, first of all, taking on e6 makes sense, and if bishop takes on e6 after queen e4, there is no f5 as the bishop on e6 hanging, so on f5 there will be just queen e6.
Exactly. Talking about hanging bishop, in that line of knight c4, there's a tactic there that black is losing a piece right away. Knight c4, you trade everything on c4, and in the end you take d takes e6, and both bishops are hanging.
The simplest solution of this question. Just take on e6, and now this bishop is hanging, and another bishop is also hanging, and that's it. So, on d5, white played king f8. Wow! That's, I think, the only option to don't lose the game immediately.
That's a very nice practical decision, actually, that black made.
And knight e5.
Knight e5.
Yeah, of course, king f8 is not equalizing or anything like that. King f8 is just a move that is not losing immediately, but the position still is with a huge advantage for Mile Sophie.
And we're talking about Sophie Emile, who is a very experienced player, international master, and 6 times national champion of France. And of course, alongside with the French team, they have scored a lot of medals at the team competitions. And she's also the winner of many open tournaments. So this is the opponent you don't want to have.
She's one of the best female players from France.
From France, that's its top 3, let's say, because it was always between her and Marie Sebak, who's the number first one in the country.
We're almost the same generation. We were playing the European and World Youth Championships.
Exactly. So my point is that she's not the player you would like to have the king in the center, right?
Yes, sure.
Take advantage of that. And also her playing style is very interesting. She's kind of unique.
Unique, yeah.
She's very good in tactics. She's very good in positional play too, and strategy.
Okay, we can take a look at the new game. Here we have Kairbekova Amina against Alina Sab Mobina. We have this position from French defense, and it seems like black has the advantage. I mean, the black has an extra pawn. Of course, we take back, or maybe even take on e2 first is possible. Even this.
Valerie, I really love what I see now in the playing venue. We have guests.
We have guests, visitors.
Yeah, we have visitors, and
the line is quite large.
Yeah. Remember, yesterday it was very small. After 1 hour at the classical portion of the tournament,
it's interesting.
The viewers are not
is it
allowed
the same
anymore.
1 hour today, or as it is rapid? Maybe it will be half an hour, because maybe in 1 hour in some of the boards everything will be over.
I think as it's the tie breaks today, it's a very special moment of this tournament. Very exciting for the viewers as well to see. Maybe we're going to have visitors throughout the whole day. Because to watch the Blitz game is so much tempting for the chess fans.
Yes, it is. We can find it out later. So, black decided to capture on h6 immediately without taking on e2. Of course, that makes sense. Black is just pawn up. They have no danger to the king, and king just simply move if black needs so. King just goes from f8 to g7, where it will be absolutely safe, as dark squares is a little bit weak for black, but there is no enough forces and power for white to use those dark squares. There is no dark square bishop on the board. It seems like black is just pawn up.
Valerie, I suggest to go to the game of Ina Kaporenko against Zara. There is very interesting kingside attack.
I will do it right away. Here we are. What a complicated position.
Very interesting matchup because we have Ina Kaporenko, who is one of the most experienced players of this tournament. And then on the other side of the board, we have Zara, who is the a player of new generation.
Yes.
From Slovenia, very, very strong player. And she has to worry about her king.
By the
in
way,
this
she has
position.
a big time advantage. She has 12 minutes on the clock against Kaponenko's for less than the 4 minutes. So, of course, it is giving some advantage in total. So Kaponenko has to start playing a little bit faster. There is no special problems to the king for white, mostly when the knight is also coming with the tempo in the center, and black does not have enough power to create the huge attack on the king side. Even if they open up the H file, it will not be like enough to create a very serious danger for now. So of course I suggest a knight c4 move with tempo.
Yeah, looks
On
quite
the
nice.
same time, it is very interesting what's going on, for example, after f4.
To counterattack on the king
Yes.
side, because black has pushed the pawn so much also, and the king
And
is on
their king is
f8.
also there.
Yeah.
I mean, the king is also there. It's not opposite side castles, so we can try even f4. Zalaur is thinking about the decision to make. We can go to the next game. We did not review Cervantes Landeiro Thalia from US against Munguzul Baterdene from Mongolia. And we have this position with the equal time on the clock and maybe slightly better position for white because still pair of the bishops makes a good sense. And you see, Thalia started using that power of the bishops. Now the d-file could be the problem later. For example, when the rook goes somewhere, f6 is not possible because of the simple reason it is pinned from the bishop on c4. So rook has to move. Rook has to move, and it's a question where to move that rook, on e8 or on c8. Maybe on c8, because it's a fact that we couldn't stay on d-file for a while. So staying on e8 and guarding your own pawn on e5 makes no big sense. Here with the white, I don't want to give that bishop, so maybe we take here. Take with the queen and rook d1. And in case of bishop d4, maybe I will play even f4.
That looks interesting indeed.
That makes
and open
sense.
up the file.
Or is a
Both
weakness
bishop
on
and the
f7?
rook are targeting those pawn. Looks quite nice. Oh God, it's getting really complicated on all the boards. Time is ticking for the players. We have way less time. Valerie, this is the moment when you can take for our chat on YouTube, because we have a question. Very, very important question that we asked, and let's know how well our viewers know about the Georgian chess history. The question is, for how many years in a row did Georgian chess players hold the title of Women's World Champion? We do have 4 options: 15 years, 21 years, 29 years, and 34 years. You guys, go ahead and check your knowledge and let us know what is your answer. I already answered to that, and I see that there is
Should we keep it secret?
we are keeping it as a secret, and in the end of a stream we are going to talk a little bit more about that. For those who don't know the history of Georgian chess, 2 women chess players were world champions.
Yes, all champions. Yes.
One by another.
One by another.
Yes.
One was for a long time. I won't say for how many years. One was for a long time, and then another, then later also was for a long time.
So this is the hint, guys. It was a long time.
It's not like that one of them got the title for once. No, multiple times. They gained the title multiple times.
Exactly, and we're quite happy to have our rich chess history in Georgia. Also, greetings to you. Let us know if you have your favorite in the tie breaks of the round one. And of course, don't forget to like this stream. All right, which is the game we want to focus right now, Valerie? The time is ticking in all the games.
Yeah, actually, here happened what we were talking about. Thalia captured on d6. Queen takes d6, rook a d1, and Erdene played queen c7. Now Thalia is thinking about pushing f4 or not. I think she has to.
She has to do that.
Yes, why not? It seems to me a huge attack. And opening up the position while we have the pair of the bishops.
Exactly, this is the main rule when you have a pair of bishop advantage, to have the open position.
Yes, and we have to be on time. Otherwise, for example, if we are late, then black has knight b6, attacking our bishop on c4, which could not stay on the diagonal anymore.
And she's going for it. She's going for it. Thalia is very, very good in attack, in a sharp positions, and I'm sure this is quite comfortable position for her.
She heard us because last 5 moves she is doing the same that we are considering. By the way, I did some classes with Thalia about a few years ago. She's a very talented young lady.
Exactly. Was it the topic of how to attack or how to use a pair of bishop advantage?
By the way, it was both of them.
Let's see how the classes went. We're going to see the result today. That's very interesting.
It will be a big honor if she will win this game in the good style, well style, or like just to say well done.
Yeah, thank you to my coach Valerie for giving me the classes.
I'm not sure about that, but at least it will be very nice for me to see how she is using some knowledge that I gave to her.
Fantastic. Valerie, let's go back to Priyanka and Gal Zaka game. This is getting more and more interesting.
Here we are.
King d1 has been played as a last move. Here Priyanka took some time. As you can see, the time went down to 3 minutes for both of them. And then she decided to not castle at all and to bring this king on d1.
Oh, wow. And faced e5. Yes, e5 was kind of necessary to play. Otherwise, as I showed to you, after rook e1, the position will be also tough. Here, she faced queen f5 on e5 move. Oh, I'm so afraid of the black's position. And why not even knight takes d5, for example? Is not it possible just to take on d5?
Yep, you can actually do that, and what black has to do is to take this knight, give up the rook, and then to take the pawn on d4 and to look for some kind of counterplay in that position.
Yes,
which
queen g6
actually white
check.
Is quite comfortable here as well after
queen g6. And
yeah, king goes on d7 or d8.
Because if it goes on d8, maybe it will be queen f7, gaining another material.
Oof, look at that.
Okay, the whites, all pieces are on the first rank, but the queen is doing the great job alone.
White actually played Priyanka knight to e6 instead of taking on d5, which is very, very interesting decision to play. Is her next move g5?
The point is that the black could not capture on d4 because of bishop f4. Simple bishop f4, then knight c7 check, and so on.
Yeah, and she's preparing g5 now.
On g5, if black just captures?
Let's say black plays king to f7, g5.
No, in case of king f7, there is knight g5 check after g5 h6. For just a random a6, for example, for black. Yeah.
You're also like running out from the random moves. Oh, queen g6 and picks up the bishop on f8.
The bishop is hanging on f8.
Yeah. And if you go king to d7, then you can bring rook to e1 actually into the game.
Okay, the position is very tough for Gal. She has 2 minutes. Oh my gosh. I have a feeling that we just started the games and they are already in the time travel.
That's actually true.
So it means that we already have about 20 minutes passed.
Exactly, Gal is a very experienced chess player. She's very young, obviously, only 18 years old, but has been winning a lot of youth tournaments, European youth tournaments. She won in 2016 under 16,
very talented.
under 10 girls, and
Yes.
then she was also World Youth Champion under 14.
Yes, she was. By the way, I was giving the lessons to her for that moment.
Really? Okay, tell us some stories. Tell us some story. Tell us about the last game or the
No,
most
after
important.
that, after the championship. That was
okay.
happening immediately after the
You
championship.
were coaching a lot of players from this tournament, right?
It was some kind of a project that I was giving some lessons about the thematic lessons about the different strategical points and topics.
Wow, that's
But the
pretty
young
amazing.
ones, yes, the young ones, for example, who was playing the youth championships 3-4 years ago, yes, I
Then
had
when they were winning the tournaments, then
yes,
they
I
had
had
this
some
extra
connection,
boost.
yes.
Okay, that's actually fantastic. Well, another very interesting information, Gal earned the Women International Master title about 4 years ago at the age of 14 years and 2 months, which is actually quite an achievement to
Sure.
become the titled player at that young age.
Rook went to h8. What's next? Maybe just knight a6. No, sorry, knight a3 for white to develop another piece, or rook e1, as
I like
Priyanka
both
is going
moves.
to do.
Yes. Knight a3 looks quite tempting. Rook e1 also.
And knight a3 was kind of tempo, right? Knight b5 was hanging. I thought after knight a3 we were forcing black to play a6 and then play rook e1. Like we have one more piece out there. I am not sure how big job is it doing on a3, but I think it's better than on b1. Okay, anyway, in the game was rook e1 and black played queen to no, not queen
Knight to d8.
Knight
She's
to
offering
d8.
the knight straight. This actually drops the pawn on e5. White can simply take this pawn now. Pawn takes pawn on e5.
It's too huge advantage.
It is. Oh, it's
Yeah.
very difficult. Gal
What does
wants
the
to
knight-
rematch absolutely after this one.
Knight could not go more than on. Okay, I don't
That's
know
just
even
a pawn.
what to
That's
say.
just a pawn.
And it's not anymore. I mean, there is no pawn even on the. I mean, the extra pawn, it's just gone, and what's left is just.
Bishop f4, next
Scary.
move. Knight a3, knight c2, knight d4. It is king c2, rook to d1. It
No,
is.
it's just
it is all
winning.
the
We can
comfort.
say that it's just winning.
30 seconds for Gal. Very difficult position.
But still,
Against
Priyanka
2
is
minutes.
thinking, right? She's not
She
taking
has
on
very
e5.
nice time situation. 2 minutes for Priyanka and 30 seconds for Gal. I always feel that she's the one who takes most of the time to think, but look how much time advantage she's keeping on the clock.
By the way, just to say, the big thinkers in the classical games, sometimes some of them loves to play quickly in the rapid.
Yeah,
It is happening quite often, by the way.
yeah, that's actually
Who
true.
loves to think in the classical game? They
They're very
think
fast.
less. They are very fast in the standard. So, exactly the same happened. D takes e5, knight takes e6. Oh, and here white could capture even on f6. Oh, that's another trouble for black. Oh my god, the game
Knight
is
is hanging on
over.
e6, knight goes, and then you can take the pawn on e7 and force black to be pinned on e-file.
That seems like game
Oh,
over.
wow.
Even queen takes e6 is like without any headache for white because they can take another pawn on d5 after the knight moves somewhere and they will be pawn up and position still will be the same advantage for white. Okay, so it seems like we are counting the last moves in this game.
And there we go.
Priyanka took on f6, knight
Priyanka
c5.
plays very clean game. The moment she
Yeah.
gets this e6, she never gave the chance to her opponent.
Yes, that's true. But, you know, still, you have to win. I mean, there are some correct moves to do ahead. Okay, first of all, what comes to head is queen g6 check, and when the king moves somewhere, if take g7, just piece up.
Look at that.
Yeah,
And then there's a pin.
just piece up.
She goes bishop to f4, hitting the queen.
Yeah. Another development with tempo. So queen g6 and f takes g7 is not running anywhere. White can
She
do
can
the
do
same.
it right now.
Right
She can
now.
also do f7 check and then pick up the pawn on d5. But of
Yeah,
course,
that's
to
just
take
the
the
pawn.
piece
No,
is
queen
much
g6
better.
check. She played queen g6 check. Maybe, do you know, Katie, what was nice here? To take on e7.
Okay.
As the queen could not take on f5 because of promotion.
Oh, look at that. And then you take the queen because
And
the
then
queen
we
cannot
take the
capture
queen
it back.
And
Yeah.
if they could not take on f5, it means that they have to take on e7, right? And in case black takes on... No, not in this position.
When the
After
bishop
bishop
is-
f4, queen c8, take on e7, and just bishop d6. Here we are.
Yep. Game over.
Yes, but Priyanka decided to play queen g6, take on g7. Of course, this is also winning.
Rook g8.
Yeah, there is nothing much to do.
Can just take the bishop, promote
queen
the
f5,
knight.
check first. Maybe.
Do you think she will promote the knight now? I think she's looking for the knight there. She has 18 seconds. Priyanka has to make a move. And she
Knight.
takes the knight. Yeah. Yeah, once again, we said that the game is not done until it's still running because we have only few seconds increment, actually. 10 seconds increment, anything can happen. She's taking queen h6. Oh, she's panicking a little bit.
Yes, because of the time.
Gali is a very tricky player. I recently played against her in London in a rapid game. I had very good position. I thought I was winning, but then I don't know what she did. She's so tricky. I was like, what have I done wrong?
Here we are. Some trouble started.
Look, she will now turn the tables, but she's a piece down also. Bishop g3.
Not bad. Bishop g3 is not bad.
17 seconds for Priyanka, 36 seconds for Gal. We can see her already moving.
Yes.
Earlier she was very reserved. She was
okay. We
focused.
have the first result. Lee Yunshan against Mamadova Gulnar. They ended up
in a draw.
So let's take a look at Coulon's game. Also seems like drawish. Here we have Beudalieva Gokha winning with black. Yeah, Coulon looks like a drawish. We can take a look at the Georgians. Kirtadze Anastasia against Matnaz Bugiashvili. And you see what is this young lady doing? She is having a decisive advantage in the tie breaks against Matnaz Bugiashvili. And she played queen c7 last move. And black is in trouble. Knight takes e5 is hanging. This move is hanging. So black is in trouble. I don't know how to support it, how to protect it. Knight e5 is hanging. So for example, I will do the random move. B takes a3, knight takes e5, queen takes e5, and rook takes d7. King e6 and rook e7 checkmate. So Annie's thinking here.
If Anastasia Kirtadze is even like very, very young player, only 16 years old,
yes.
But to be honest, I have seen her for so many years in the chess tournaments. I would imagine that she's older, but she's only 16 years old. And she's playing chess ever since she was very little, 5 years old, 6 years old. Yeah, and she has actually quite decent experience at this young age.
We can say that.
Yeah.
We can say that. So, this is a position. One more time, knight e5 is hanging, and we don't know how to protect it. We have another result.
Priyanka actually checkmated Gal
Yes.
in a nice way.
Priyanka checkmated. Let's see how it was happening, the last moves. So we stopped here after bishop g3. Galokha played e5, take on e5. Wow, yes, good, good.
That
She
was
was a-
nicely done by Priyanka indeed.
Yes.
And
Congratulations. Okay, we can
we have to choose one game, Valerie, the most exciting game, and
Which one?
maybe focus on
Which
that.
one? I want to see all of them.
Yeah.
So here I think this is the most quiet game now what we have. Miranda Rodriguez against Claudia. The position is very close to draw. So I think it's better to take a look at another boards. For example, Zahedifar Anahita against Beudalieva Gokha. Oh, but here everything is clear also. Black is absolutely winning.
Ooh, I can suggest a crazy game, Oral Zara against Kapurenko Ina.
Let's take a look at that. Okay, here we are. What's going on?
I'm glad that you're not disappointed. The black is missing a queen, actually.
I started counting the material and I couldn't.
Where's the queen? I think queen was sacrificed.
Yes, queen gone for the rook and the bishop, but there is a crazy trouble connected to the white king, which is dancing around. So they are doing the move so quickly.
Actually, I thought it was a queen sacrifice for the initiative, but in fact, Oral Zara managed to trap the queen, and black had to give up her queen. If black gets a piece now, we'll have some serious counterplay.
Yeah.
Where
But
the
queen
knight
is a
goes.
queen. Queen is a queen.
But where the knight goes now? Queen goes on e2.
Yes.
And this is a blunder. This is a blunder. After knight to h6, you are forcing this knight to move away, and you have rook to h2. Kaponenko has to see this
And
one in
that's it.
12 seconds.
Rook h2.
This is a blunder. Queen e2 is a blunder. And
Here we are. She
Kaponenko
did
goes
it.
for it.
Wow.
Wow, look at that.
Wow. She found out knight h6 move when it was on the clock.
12 seconds. Knight takes h6, and after rook to h2,
Yeah,
now
now
white
it's
has to
winning.
give up the queen back.
Now it's winning. Now it's clearly winning. Because the trouble is that after taking on e2 does not matter with dot, with what piece, just f5 and the knight is trapped, I think.
Oh, no. This was not the correct way. After king e3, there was rook h3 only move that keeps the advantage.
Oh, really?
Yes, because after king to f2, then you have bishop f4. And there's a checkmate on the back rank. Now this is...
Oh my God! This is it. This is it. So she
could
missed
checkmate.
it. Yes, she missed it. She missed it. Yes.
And in the current position, white has a good chances to survive.
Yeah. Now knight on g4. That's it. Now it's equal. Now it's equal. Yep. That's correct. I think Zala saw that.
Yes, of course. You always see the best move of your opponent.
Now. Okay, we
Yeah.
have a lot of results here. Porta Rhodes with white colors lost against Ole Maili Jade. And Cervantes Ladeiro Talia, you see, she
She's doing
used,
good. Yeah.
used the knowledge of the pair of the bishops, how to use it.
Congratulations.
And even in the end, the bishop does the main job here. After king f8, there is just bishop d6.
Fantastic. Valerie, this game on the first board is still in progress. Claudia, Miranda Rodriguez. It's not
Wait a sec.
equal
What happened?
anymore. Piece is missing.
Where it's gone? Okay, let's take a look how it was. Oh. So this was the position. And king e4. Now I see. But white can capture here with the a pawn also.
Yeah, and this was probably the mistake, but the game of Kirtadze and Bujesh, really, this is getting...
Very interesting. Let's go to that. Let's go to that. Oh my gosh, the pawn is promoting.
And if you go and move back, instead of picking up the knight, look at that, what happened? This was the fork, and instead of taking the knight, you go a6.
Yes, that's good.
And you cannot
before
stop.
that? Oh, before that, Matnaz was absolutely good.
She sacrificed the queen now to get the queen back, and she forgot about this intermezzo a6.
About a6. That's a huge blunder. Ouch. Okay, how did she survive from that moment when we were saying that e5 pawn is hanging? That was the case. Queen g4. Why not just king a1 or king a2 here? White decided to do this and capture on e5 and blunder the pawn on e4 with check.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Strange.
Yeah,
you guys were using the...
Yeah, this is rapid actually.
Yeah, this is rapid. We're using the second board for analysis, and the upper board is the live game. So this is currently the position. Kirtadze wants to promote the pawn, but it's 2 moves away yet. I thought you wanted to play a8 now, a7. Is there a way black can stop the pawn? No way.
No way, no way.
Oh, wow,
Queen
look
up,
at
queen
that.
up.
The game is never done until your opponent resigns.
Yes, that's sure. Also, knight is a very tricky piece. It's not stronger than the queen, but it's still tricky. I think it's not necessary to take a look at this game for now, because queen up is actually
We do have
queen
5 games in progress. Let's maybe focus. Let's switch to board 8. We have suggestion to go to board 8. We have Rook and Knight versus Rook. This is Toncheva against Avramidou.
Here we are. Here we are. Of course, it's a dead draw, and I don't think the time trouble will make the real trouble to Toncheva Nadia, who is with the white color.
Yeah, knight is much easier piece than bishop actually for the defender side, and they're playing this quite some time. The last trade that happened was move 43, and now they are on 64. So very soon white will claim for 50 moves rule and will ask for a draw.
Okay, we can take a look at the next game. Gaponenko is getting some advantage still.
The game of Baiduleva against Zahed Difar is very interesting. We have the endgame.
Let's go to that. Here we are. Oh, wait, white is missing the piece. White is
3
missing.
pieces versus 2. But a6 pawn is something that white is counting on.
But still another 2 pawns is extra for black.
So you can give up 1 piece for that a6 pawn.
But I don't think that I should, because bishop from g2 is controlling this diagonal very well. So there is no danger at all. Definitely Beodalieva Gokha going to win this game with the piece up. Yes, here we are, knight b6. After knight b6, yeah, I think Anahita will resign soon, because there is nothing much to do. After knight b6, that's it. There is no threats, there is no troubles. White capture on b6, black capture on b6. On the next move, black will capture also the pawn on a7, and black will be piece and the 2 pawns up. Yes, and the game is over.
The game is over. The players have to be there at the playing venue, because the next game will start in 10 minutes, after the end of the last round.
Yeah.
So some of the players who ended earlier have some time to rest.
Okay,
and
cool.
breathe a little bit.
Won her game. We know that. So how many games we have in progress?
We do have 4 games.
No,
3 games.
2, because Beodalieva just ended up. We don't have a result online yet, but we see it on the camera. So that is 1 game, Rook against Rook and the Knight, and another game, Zalaur against Gaponenko Ina.
The game between Kirtadze and Matnaz has also ended, I guess. We don't have a result yet. but they don't make the move.
Send it up.
Yeah, it probably was a resignation.
So this is also dead draw. Zalaur against Kaponenko Ina. It's easy draw. It's just an easy draw. There is actually nothing much even to play.
I asked the same question as I asked yesterday. Do you think Ina Kaponenko knows that there was a checkmate?
No, I don't think so. I don't, because she didn't have time for that. The opponent had more time to realize.
She was a queen down. She saw the line that the opponent blundered queen, so she was happy to get this queen back.
Yes. Yeah, okay, it's easy draw. Let's take a look at the Rook and the Knight. Sorry, not this one, this one. Rook and the Knight. Yes, they are jumping around. So actually nothing much interesting is happening.
So the biggest chance here, black queens, is white to blunder the Rook on a fork, right?
Not
That's
a
one
bad
way.
option for black.
I have actually seen it in some of the games played by the title players. So when you have seconds on the clock, anything might happen.
Anything could happen.
Yeah.
Anything. Okay, I don't think that white has chances to win even in a few time on the clock here, but black can definitely do
Valerie,
that.
just a week before I came in Batumi, I was in Uzbekistan, and one of the games in Uzbekistan for Uz Chess Cup with actually superstars playing like
I
Prague.
heard Pakistan, and I thought you were in army there, military.
No, Uzbekistan at this time. And there were
Or you
lots of
stopped the war there. I need you got
peace mission.
peace mission.
Yeah, it's to play chess. Well, we had Abdusattorov, one of the top players in the world, playing against Yakubov, against another top player of the world, and they have bishop and rook versus rook endgame. Very close to 50 move rule. Abdusattorov blunders the checkmate.
Yeah, that's true.
In a classical chess with a lot of time on the clock.
last moves, right? Of that 50.
He had to make 7 more moves to claim a draw, and he blundered the checkmate in 3 moves.
Yeah, actually, rook and the bishop against the rook, it's difficult for the defensive side.
He knew it, he was comfortable, he had 4 minutes on the clock, and then something happened.
Something happens, yeah. Because by itself, it's not easy to protect your position. But with knight, it's much more easier.
Exactly, we have this game officially, the one final game in this tournament, we actually have a lot of examples in the history of chess. Rook and knight versus rook, or rook and bishop going wrong. Actually, there was one game against Kasparov winning the end game against Polgar.
Yep.
And also we had...
Kaponenko ended with draw. So we have only one game in progress.
Let me just count how many moves they have played, and if it's time for a claim. What is the rule in these cases? How you can claim for a draw? The rule is very simple. When the last change has happened, after the last change, exchange the pawn or a piece. After
moving the pawn.
Yeah, or moving the pawn. In this case, we don't have a pawn, so basically now the last change happened at move something, and from that time, you are counting 50 moves.
Yes.
And after 50, you make 50 moves, you are stopping the clock, calling the arbiter.
But how to count it?
You can't count. You can't count.
Then anybody is counting?
You have to feel, yeah, of course, we have arbiter right now counting.
No, I mean, arbiter is counting, but the arbiter could not say anything.
The arbiter can only interfere after 70 moves. Arbiter goes and stops the clock. Very practical advice for everyone is, if you see that you are blundering something in the next move or you're checkmated, stop the clock. give best luck to yourself, because we had such situation actually. We had such situation as well when it was last move and the opponent just stopped the clock. It was 50 moves rule. It wasn't Nepomniachtchi or Nakamura, guys. If you remember, please let me know in the chat. So the last change in this game happened on move 43.
43. Now it's 82.
And it
So
should
we
be
have-
93, yeah?
Yes, 93. On the 93rd move, Toncheva Nadia could apply for draw.
Yeah, so we are about 11 moves away, where white can officially claim for a draw. Or, in case of no claim, then 113 moves, arbiter will interfere and stop the clock.
She's a little bit nervous, if you see. Toncheva Nadia.
Yeah, must not be the most pleasant situation, right? When you have
Because
to still
somehow
defend.
you feel that you don't
Yeah.
want to go on the last back
And
rank.
she's now on the back rank.
But
Yeah.
still, it's not a problem, but still. When you have 30 seconds on the board, you see, some tactics started.
Yep.
Cheeky.
At some point, she has to stop the clock to claim. She's not losing anything.
So you can ask for that multiple times, or you can be penalized.
But anytime you're claiming for that, your opponent gets 2
Some
minutes
extra.
time. Yeah.
If you are wrong.
Yes, if you're wrong.
Or if you are not wrong, it will be 2 minutes extra
Yeah.
still, but draw in the score
Yeah.
sheet.
But arbiter cannot tell you which move was it. So I claimed a draw, a three-fold repetition, and they didn't tell me how many times it was repeated.
Actually, here you should not be worried about adding the 2 minutes to the opponent.
Exactly. You basically, you are not losing too much in that case. Mm-hmm. It's 2 times repetition already.
But already we have 50 moves done. Right? No?
Is exactly 50 moves
Yes.
right now. But yeah, black has to make the move, and after that she can claim.
Toncheva has a right to apply for draw. But she's not going to. Mm-hmm. I think she enjoys.
She enjoys maybe, but they have another game to start. To keep the energy is
She
so
enjoys
important.
that she did it.
Yeah, of course. Nadia Tomtseva is a Bulgarian chess player, and she's quite young, 19 years old, 23, 32 student rating, and she is woman grandmaster.
Okay, so we already had this position once on the board. Now Avramidou is thinking where to go with the king. Last time she went on e3. Now she went to c3. Rook c8. King c4.
Repeating some moves. Once again, we can remind our viewers that we are starting next game of Rapid after 10 minutes of break of the last game. So everybody is waiting for this game to finish. Then our arbiters will set the boards and get ready the playing venue.
Does she know that she can ask for draw?
Oh, she's a woman grandmaster. She knows for sure.
So why she's not doing it?
She doesn't know how many moves has been played.
Yes, but
Probably she
what
doesn't feel it's time. And when you're playing this, you're not really thinking about it.
Yeah, you are
Yeah.
too in
Yeah,
the position.
I claimed the draw because I felt that I was losing, which I was
Yeah.
right actually.
So
but
maybe
if
she
you're
will
safe,
do the same if she needs so.
yeah, exactly. So nothing to worry for her indeed. So far, there's no checkmate,
Yes,
and
yeah.
even if Black managed to checkmate
Yeah,
or
she will ask for draw.
threats for the fork, this is the time Nadia will stop the clock.
Actually, I think she can do it already. She has to have the feeling that it's kind of a lot of moves done. Okay. So, this is a position we have right now. White can easily play rook. F8, for example. No, she did king f1. Threatening rook takes e4. If it is white to move, definitely we're gonna take on a e4. King takes, and then king takes the rook.
Time to stop the clock. Also, you know what is also very nice to tell your opponent, I know the rule. We played a lot of moves, and sometimes when you claim for a draw, the opponent just says like, "Okay, yeah, draw."
Still, of course, there is no special danger there, but.
Okay, king goes on. Now in the other, like this king traveled all around the board.
Yes, it was everywhere. So where the king goes? She decided to stay on f1. I have to refresh my screen to have the current position. King f1 and rook g6.
45 seconds. To stop.
Stop the clock. Stop
Time out.
I told you she enjoys.
Yeah. She knows she's not losing.
Come on, to don't blunder something, just ask for a draw.
As simple as it is. Rook e5. I don't know, this is so close to the knight and the king. I'm not happy with this move. It's not blunder, but rook gets very close to knight.
Maybe it was much better to go far away, like rook a7, for example. But knight d2 checkmate. Here you are. But it was better for her, because in this case she will stop the clock.
But if you were checkmated, then you can... yeah, okay, you have a king e1.
Yes,
yeah.
king e1 is one move left.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right, it's time. Black is now thinking. Also, like, what do you think for black? Should she keep trying or playing next? It's maybe not enough to.
Yeah, nothing much there. Nothing much.
Okay. We have actually.
Once I played, by the way, that king and the rook against king, rook, and the knight, and the opponent was Mamediyarov. And we played some 15 moves maybe, and you know, somehow at the board you have the feeling that if you go to the back rank everything will be bad, but it's not so. And on the back rank, exactly on the back rank, the opponent could not improve his position. And in that case Mamediyarov offered the draw as a gentleman. We did not play for 15 moves.
Yeah. All right, this actually... we actually have live. It's not a delay, which is really, really good. So we can have a direct communication with our chat. And it was Nakamura who was involved with this case. That it was a checkmate in one move, and there was a stop of a clock and the claim of a draw. But against Nepomniachtchi, as I remember. Or was it Nihal? Sorry. Yeah, Nihal was also involved in some kind of case. So it was quite big names, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Nadia is... she's thinking. She's thinking. Yeah.
Now she got that idea.
Because you're not counting, right? You're not counting how many moves you played.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, now we know that she can ask for it anytime.
Do you think, like we're very often asking to the players, what chess rule would you change? Do you think it will make more sense to have the board,
that will be better.
which
that will be better.
But it also takes away.
Clear.
It also takes away this moment of some blunders, and you know the rule, claim for the rule.
Still, blunders you can do for that 15 moves, right? Until you will do that. Now it is just like, okay, just think about that with a cold mind, you know, they are just wasting a time, right? They both know
it's a draw. They are wasting the energy. This is very important.
Yes.
This match can go all the way down to the sudden death Blitz game, and they need energy.
Yes, and they both know that it is a draw draw, and white could ask for that anytime, but they're still playing. So the only hope, for example, for Avramidou is that if Toncheva Nadia will blunder the rook,
Something, yeah.
just blunder in one move,
Yes.
that's the only chance.
Exactly.
Otherwise, if she is blundering on the next move, she will ask for a draw.
That's true. So while we have some time here to talk, this is a World Cup among the women, and we do have 107 participants, and the tournament has very interesting format. First 21 top players, they are coming into the competition from the second round.
Yes.
Which means that we had these players from seeded 22 up to 107. And this tournament also gives a lot of opportunity to players from around the world and also young participants. And we are so happy to actually find out a lot of information about the women players from many countries that we are not aware of.
I think all of them arrived already. I mean, I'm talking about those 21 players that joining us from the next stage, and all of them are here. I saw them. Okay, I could not say that exactly all of them, but as I saw, for example,
some of them, yes.
20 players, I think.
And some of the players are also not staying in the hotel. They can choose another hotel too, or apartment. Some players also prefer to have apartments.
Yes.
I think she's looking now for the arbiter to
yes.
call. This is the time. We have a question in the chat. What happens if you stop the clock too early before 50 moves and demand a draw? In that case, the arbiters are counting the moves. And if it's not 50 moves, your opponent gets 2 minutes on the clock as your penalty, which in this case is not a big deal.
Yes.
You can give these 2 minutes of advantage to your opponent.
What's going on Rook G2 check here? Okay, I don't have a current position on my screen, but Rook G2 check, and on King H1 it's just a checkmate.
Stop the
So
clock.
King F1, King F1 is the only move.
This is the best thing right now for white. And another question is,
Rook A3 check.
in the chat, why it is not automated, this process of draw. And it is actually, we have the question from Matteo Caldonazo. It is Italian name. It's your expertise.
Where is it?
And she's asking for a draw. Yeah. She's asking for a draw.
Caldonazo.
So the arbiter interferes only after 70 moves.
Yeah, okay, that's clear that it's a draw. So we have all the results here.
And
Yeah, that's it. Handshake.
all right, the game 1 has been done, and this is the tie breaks of the 2025 FIDE Women's World Cup here in Batumi. This is only first round. We have first round, and we do have a lot of games. Actually, we do have guests here in the studio. One of the participants of this tournament, Claudia, just visited us here. Actually, guys, you can sit here to watch the games too. She has a day off today. She actually, oh no, she doesn't have a day off. She's playing right now.
About Claudia?
Yeah, she's playing right now.
She's playing and she won the first round.
Yeah, she just have 10 minutes right now before her next game. So guys, we're taking now the break, and during our break you will have the highlight of yesterday's game, and also we have an interview for you with Divindia Oshini. So please enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I am Gunwardhan Devindra Ashini from Sri Lanka. I am currently world youngest WIA. I started playing chess when I was 7 years old because I want to beat my sister. So that's why I started chess. My sister and my mom taught me to play chess. In 2019, I won national championship in under 7, and then in 2021, I won under 10 world championships online. So then my favorite achievement is winning World Cadet in under 12 girls. I am the Sri Lankan national champion, and also I got the second place in the Asian zonal. I love chess because I found it interesting. It makes me smarter. I want to become a good chess player, and I also want to become a world champion. I am training with candidate master Akila Kainda from Sri Lanka. I usually work 8 hours a day. I'm happy to be the youngest WIM in the world. Actually, it's a great achievement, I think, for me. I usually don't go much to school because I really like chess more than school studies. So, even the school gave a permission for us and freedom to do chess. Instead of going to school, I travel where to play chess. I'm going to school to do exams. I'm not going other days actually. I can balance school studies. I'm going to work hard and achieve my goals, improve every day myself.
And we're back from the break. The second game of the tie breaks have already started, so let's now go directly to the games and check it out what is happening. We have right now Claudia against Rodriguez Tanya.
Is almost the same. I think here Claudia will not repeat that happened in the classical games. Yeah, she won with the black colors, if you remember, in the classical
and
game.
Now she takes the white colors again. Let's see if she's going to sacrifice again the piece in this position. But yeah, I think most of the players, they will try to finish their matches, their rating favorites, as fast as possible. But it takes two, as they say. And of course, on the other side of the board, they have very tough opponents, all of them. Valerie, in this match, do you think we're going to have further tie breaks? This will be ending here.
Somehow I have an intuition, you can call it, or something, that we're going to have no blitz today.
At all?
At all.
None of the.
Yeah.
Okay.
At all.
Okay. Then I will say we're going to have at least two, so we're going to have a little competition.
I think you have better chances, I'll tell you in advance, because the men's feelings is not so decisive.
The woman intuition, yeah?
So it's not so decisive thing. But I have a feeling that there will be no blitz matches today. So this is the position where Claudia is having a slightly better position after the opening. Of course, white abstractly is not risky. The position is not risky at all for white. Next board we have Galokha, who is in the must-winning situation. This is quite interesting. We have the Queen's Gambit. So what could we say about this position? Galokha against Priyanka K.
Yeah, we're going to go there in a second. Let's now just focus on the game
Claudia's
of Claudia against Rodriguez.
Tanya.
It's always complicated when a person has two names. You don't know, is it Miranda, is it Tanya? When you know...
Tanya, it's Tanya.
It's Tanya, the
Definitely, yes, it's Tanya. Because Miranda Rodriguez is a last name.
Miranda is a last name?
Yes.
Which is also the name. Miranda.
No, okay, you are thinking different way. So Miranda Rodriguez is the last name.
Okay, Miranda Rodriguez is the last
and the name is Tanya.
Okay, we have the clear picture right now.
So we can go to Galokha Priyanka's game, which is quite interesting. So we have Queen's Gambit here. Priyanka set up a very aggressive structure on the king side by her pawns. So the point is somehow to grab that bishop from g3 to capture it, and I think she's very close to her target to take that bishop, but still the position will be slightly better for white. Next board here we have Beudalieva against Zahedi Far. Actually, I don't remember the result of the first round that they played. Beudalieva won
yes.
Because I was congratulating her. Now I remember with that. And she has the...
Congratulating. Not in person in here, right?
Today somehow I'm based on feelings. Not on the
you
facts.
have right to have your feelings today.
Not on facts, but feelings. So she's in a very good situation because she won the first game with black colors, and now she's having the excellent position from the opening, where the black's light square bishop is struggling to going out from the own pawn structure and start playing to be in the game. So maybe the next plan is to go to e8 and then to go on h5. From
this
e8
is very,
to h5.
very common setup and the road for the bishop, because you have this stone wall, we're calling that.
Yes.
I like that you tried to put the arrow
I want
the
it
right
from
way.
there.
You did it in a fake way. So what we're trying to explain is that because of this pawn structure, c65, e6, f5, we call that a stone wall. The bishop is locked there, and you want to get this bishop on the h5 to either to trade for the knight or to have a better score. Valerie, before the games are getting
warmer,
yes, more exciting, we do have some time to talk a little bit rules of the tie breaks, because we have some questions in the chat, and today we have no delay, which is a great opportunity for us to have a direct contact to chat. The question is, what happened with players who were tied again in the tie breaks? The rules are very simple, guys. We have 2 games of tie breaks with 15 minutes plus 10 seconds.
Yes.
If that's the tie, we go to another pair of tie breaks.
10 minutes.
10 minutes plus 10 seconds. If that's also tie, which is possibility, big possibility, Valerie thinks not so big, I think big possibility, then we go to the Blitz portion. And we have 2 types of Blitz tie breaks. One is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. Another is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
Yes.
And if that's a tie, then we have a sudden death. That's a terminology in chess, which means that they're going to play one game until someone scores. Yeah, this is the rules we have.
But I don't think it's gonna happen today. But next time, it will happen. I think so.
Not today.
Not today. Not today.
Not today.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's go to the next game. Omonova Umida against Millet Sophie. Here, Omonova is a must-winning situation. The position is slightly better for white without any special troubles for black. The position is quiet, smooth, no risky, no aggressive play, but white is trying strategically to press the opponent, as white has space. From other side, the space advantage is dangerous when there are a lot of pieces on the board and you could not move comfortably from one square to another. Here, Millet Sophie does not have that kind of problem. The pieces that she has, they are developed.
Valerie, I suggest to go to the game of
Avramidou
against Toncheva. We were talking about them, the longest, in the previous game. We have already pawn gone from the board. E5 pawn was captured by black. Is there a good compensation for white?
Okay, from the first immediate look, of course it is. Of course it is. Very complicated position. By the way, in the game of Avramidou Anastasia against Toncheva Nadia, the position is quite complicated. So for white, what to suggest to do here? Maybe just going bishop g2 back. Later we can push h5 and bishop f4, knight e5. This is what I am afraid of for black. So next h5, then bishop f4 will give to white a big compensation. So this is a game with Avramidou against Toncheva. Okay, we have on the screen Millet Sophie. I will go back to Millet Sophie's game. Actually, it is very interesting. Galokha against Priyanka.
Yeah, we have to go to that game maybe.
Okay,
instead.
let's go to Galokha.
She's in a must-win situation right now to go to another round of the tie-break. In case if Priyanka scores a draw or victory, she goes to the second round, which is very important. Not only that you have a chance to go as far as possible, but also the prize fund, right? It gets then $5,000 USA.
Yes, that's much better than 3,000 something.
700.
700 something also, right? It's
50.
3,700. 50?
Yes, 50.
50. Okay.
Yes, for coffee.
Is it any difference between you are losing in the classical or in the rapid and blitz?
No.
Because it was previously, I remember, yes, there was some percentage adding if you are losing in the tie breaks.
Oh yeah, I remember that. No, here we have the
so
fixed.
here is everything fixed.
So in the first round, the players are getting 750, even if you got kicked out from the first round. If you go to the second round, then you get 5K, no matter
What's
it is
going
with
on
tie breaks
here
or
if
not.
white just captures the pawn on g4? I just don't understand a little bit of Priyanka. She played g4. The last move was g4 when she could just move with the knight on f6 or g7. She played g4. And now what's going on if we just capture on g4? Rook g8. But rook g8, knight e5 back.
That's a very interesting question.
Let's
What
see,
is
don't
happening?
know.
Maybe queen g5.
Queen g5, not rook g8. Queen g5, yes. This is a square that appears after the pawn.
Of course, you can play h3 to guard the knight there. And
Maybe f5? Or what's the point of sacrificing
f5 will
that
be a
pawn?
bit difficult because knight e5 and the knight on h5 is also hanging. So
With
black
check,
can,
with check.
with check, yeah. The black can just develop the bishop on d6.
But still they are pawn down.
Yeah, for some
So
initiative.
why to sacrifice? Was not it better, for example, to move away with the knight? Like on g7 or
It was
f6?
much better. I agree with that. It was much better. You could play
Mostly
knight
when you want to be solid,
Yes.
right?
You don't need to win here. You don't need to risk here with the black pieces. You just
so
won the
that's
first
a strange
game.
decision for me. When you have to be solid and the draw is okay for you, why to make it complicated? And you know what? Complicated for black, mostly, not for white.
I agree with that.
Just pawn up. Let's see.
Unless,
Gokha
you
is
know
thinking.
what, sometimes you just have your home preparation. You know this is the move here, and you're comfortable with it because you know exactly
If it
what
is
happening.
preparation, then
Yeah.
I agree. But she already
Yeah.
spent 5 minutes. 5 minutes in rapid is not few time. It's quite a lot. You know, if you have preparation, exactly that preparation is giving you the time advantage in the beginning.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
That's the
One
whole
of the
point
whole
of
points, yeah.
preparation. Because what's the point of preparation if you will think 14 minutes?
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
Okay, Galokha is thinking. She's thinking.
Let's go back to the cool and Claudia, Miranda Rodriguez, Tanya.
No, Cologne could not do it without attack.
No.
She could, but now she is much more successful than compared to the classical round game number 2. Now she is having a decisive advantage.
I love her position. The queen is hanging. When the
She
queen
also
moves,
loves-
then bishop c5 goes there. This
Yes.
is exactly what she feels very comfortable.
Queen c7 happened. So bishop c5 check, right?
Bishop c5 check, yeah.
Huge advantage.
Oof, there is also a computer line here,
She did bishop c5.
95 somewhere. Let me check if that's even possible after bishop c5. King should go on, perhaps on e8. And there is 95, 95, rook a1 with idea f4, and you can stop f4 happening.
Oh, wow.
And even if we play e6, can we show that maybe?
Which line? King
Oh, it's a
e8.
beautiful line, yeah.
Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, rook f e1, right?
Yes, bishop e6 to cover that. Now the best move is rook e5, queen
Yes.
e5, c7,
Nice.
bishop to
Bishop
d7, and you just move the queen. I thought it was more exciting. And
No,
queen
you can move
a5,
the queen on
support
a5
e1,
and rook e1.
yeah.
Rook e1
I really
is unstoppable.
thought it would be something crazy. You know? Oh,
Okay,
king
she
f6.
played king f6. Wow. King f6 seems like
King f6.
losing.
Yeah, any move like rook e1, rook d1.
Yes, because king on f6 by itself is super unsafe. The rook a d1 seems most obvious as we are developing the rook with the tempo, right? Rook a d1. Developing the rook with the tempo. And on bishop e6 like rook f e1 also.
Exactly. Very comfortable position for
Very
Claudia.
comfortable, yes. White is not risking that for sure. Next we can take a
Oh,
look.
the board too, Priyanka, Gal. Do we have that position with the pawn sacrifice?
And
Queen
rook
went to
g8.
g5, rook went to g8. Black is not going to castle on the short side anymore. Black can do long castle, bishop d6, and then prepare a move like f5.
Yes, but the problem now for black is that they are not threatening anything. They are not threatening anything at all. Yeah, so for example, with white, if I do the move like queen f3, black could not capture on g4 because take. And knight is hanging on h5 in the last moment. So, queen f3. Oh my God. Sometimes I feel that my ex-students really hear me. I said queen f3 as a random move.
And there was
she
it on
did
the
it.
board.
And she did it.
The intuition and the connection, you know.
Okay.
We can check the game of Matnaz Kirtadze. Matnaz
Oh,
is
yes,
in
winning.
the must-win situation. And let's check it out how she's doing with white pieces.
This is a position. The time is 12 minutes against 8 minutes. White is pressing. Okay, nothing much there, but still, black is equalizing the game, so it is very important part, actually, who is equalizing in the equal position. So here, black is the one who has to equalize. So, what to suggest? Maybe knight c5 seems to me a very... it's white to move. It's white to move. I thought it's black to move.
It is white to move.
Nothing special is happening here.
Queen to
Queen
b1.
Queen b1. Okay, queen b1. What to do on queen b1? Maybe knight c5 still. I liked it, knight c5, and putting it on e4. That makes sense. The position seems quite solid for Anastasia Kirtadze.
Yeah, the game between Ali Nasab against Karbakova isn't very interesting. We actually might have a tie break in this match.
Because Alina Sab lost first game?
Yes, and now she has very, very good position. If she plays in this one, f5, for instance, and opens up the diagonal for the bishop.
Oh, f5 is not easy move.
That is big advantage. Then you want to play queen to h3.
Okay, the problem is both of the pawns are pinned. So if the black captures with the rook, then it will be what it will be.
You actually...
Knight g4 is, bishop e4 is a move, knight g4 is a move, so it's possible to play bishop e4 first, and when the rook goes, for example, on f8, then knight g4. Oh my gosh, that's a huge advantage. Pawn on h6 is hanging, on the same time knight e5 is coming, yes, that's a huge, but no, she played queen h3.
Queen h3 is actually another very good move.
Another good option,
Yeah.
right?
You're
Now
hitting the pawn
f5
on
is hanging.
e6, then you're putting the pawn on, or hitting the pawn on h6,
seems
and this
like-
is even stronger.
Yeah, it seems like my feelings are not the best
We don't judge.
to trust.
we here not judge. Rook f5 is on the board, and now what white can do is very simple: g4.
G4 is game over.
G4, kicking the rook away. Rook goes back on f4, and now f5 is the move you play automatically.
Yes. Yeah, it seems like game over here. Okay, what else could we review? Let's take a look at Sophie. Interesting pawn on c5. Omonova Umida got some chances to win this game, as the pawn on c5 is quite important piece on the board.
Yep, passer that supports the knight on d6, which controls the square on c8. So rook
C8, yes,
cannot
that's
get
very
there.
important,
Yeah.
very important.
Can black take the pawn on a2 now?
Also, time advantage also talks.
It's
Queen takes a2. What's
Queen
going
a2.
on queen takes a2?
You can play bishop to d4, and your idea is to play rook a1 and trap the queen.
So queen has to go back.
And you play f4.
Yeah, huge advantage. Huge advantage. That's true. So queen does not matter where it goes, just f4.
Black has to play actually b3 instead, after queen a2. And still white has very nice position. In the game, Sophie played knight f3, queen captured f3, and now she takes the bishop on b2.
That makes sense. But the engine bar says the different.
Knight c4 is the move now. Knight c4.
What's going on after knight c4? Queen a2, rook
Rook
c2.
c2.
That's it. Blunder?
Oh my goodness, this is a piece blunder.
That's a blunder. Yes, it is.
Wow,
Another tie
game
breaks.
in a tie breaks.
Another
You can still
tie
take your
breaks.
words back if you want about
But actually,
not having
as
blitz.
I remember, you were saying that there will be no blitz.
You're playing well. You're playing well.
I
with the
never
wrong
remember I
opponent,
said
Valerie.
anything like that.
I
Or
like
maybe
that.
somebody punished me to say that. Queen e2.
Queen e2.
Even queen e2. Yeah. That's maybe even more solid. Game over. Oh, see you in Blitz.
In Blitz,
I'll-
exactly. We have still 2 games of rapid. Now it will be 10 plus 10.
First is
Yes.
Yeah, first is rapid again.
I even skipped that part of the second rapid.
I will skip my comments now.
I'll be quiet.
Come
That
on,
will be
Sophie.
my
A5.
comment.
A5, Sophie, you can do that.
Yeah, she will not resign, right? Do you think she will resign now?
She will not. No, definitely she will not. A5, she will play A5.
3 minutes on the clock against 11.
Yeah, big advantage there also. Oh, she's so unhappy.
What a blunder, right?
Yeah.
But knight f3 was a blunder, actually. It was a combination of the
Yes.
blunder.
Miscalculation, can say that. A5 is the only option to create something with connected passed pawns there against the knight. But the problem is
yeah.
white still have c5 pawn on the
Struggling to
board.
make the move.
Okay, here is 2 options, resign or A5. She played A5. Knight takes and A4. Go! Go, Sophie.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Just
Queen
going.
B3.
Oh, look at white. She's doing a great job. Omonova
Ah.
Umeda, 19 years old.
Now we can
player from
Now we can
Uzbekistan. Yeah, very, very nice. It is
No
so,
doubt,
it is
she's
so
good.
nice to see these countries, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, now becoming chess countries
Yes,
for
yes,
the
that's
last
true.
few years.
Soon we're gonna have the Olympiad in Uzbekistan.
That's right, next year.
Yes.
And before that, we also have Grand Swiss in this autumn. So a lot of events in
Yeah.
Uzbekistan.
Now, unfortunately, the game is over. The game is over here. Maybe A3 is last chance.
Rook to B8.
She played rook b8. Okay, okay. Knight d1. And queen? Where the queen goes? Queen could not go anywhere. That was the point of my a3. So after knight d1, where the queen
Is
goes?
queen trapped.
Queen is trapped. Queen takes b. Okay, that's okay. That's too much. A3 was the last practical chance, as I see. I think it's enough of this game. Let's go to Claudia. Let's take a look at
Claudia, yeah.
Claudia. Oh, she's doing well. She's doing very well. She's dominating on the whole board. Yeah, nothing much to say here also. Bedalieva also having the excellent position with white, with a no-risk position. More, she has a big advantage. She won the first game, so we can say that she's almost in the second round. Mamadova Gulnar against Lee Yunshan. Here, Mamadova, whose turn it is? It is Mamadova to move. So she can gain the pawn on g4, but black gonna activate the rook. So maybe it's better to play first rook c1 and then capture the g4 pawn. Yes, here is a big advantage for Mamadova. Next game we have Ole Maili Jade against Borda Roda's Ana Paula. What an interesting position. But I think I have to refresh it. Okay. We can go to... no, Beudalieva is having a very good position, so maybe let's go to Cervantes. Cervantes Landeiro. Do you remember what they did in the first round? Because now Cervantes is winning her game. Talia Cervantes, yes.
As I remembered, she won, but let me just double check to be precise with it, because you were also proud
yes,
of her.
about the bishops. About the bishops, yes. She won the first game, and she has the decisive advantage here. Actually, she can just take the rook on c4, and she will be exchange up. For example, like queen takes e4, queen takes e5, not queen d4. Queen takes c4, queen takes e5, and queen c3 to make safe the king side. She's thinking right now. She's thinking. Definitely she has to think, but the problem is that she has only 2.5 minutes, so it's better to make the decision as fast as possible. Queen takes e4. We are suggesting queen takes e4. Definitely queen takes e4, and no worries. She's taking too much time. 2 minutes on the clock.
Only 2 minutes on the clock versus 9, and sometimes time is even more important than the position
mostly
itself.
when you can just be exchange up. I mean, just take it. Well, exciting moment. What is she thinking about?
Yeah. She's thinking a lot. What's the other move? Queen
Queen
to
h2 check, and rook b8 is another option.
Yes,
so
that's
queen
what she's
h2 check, king f1, and rook b8.
Yeah,
And
she's going for that. Queen h2
and
check.
rook b8.
It also makes a lot of sense. You can get this rook on b2 and then try to
What about
checkmate.
queen d7? So anyway, rook b2? Huh? I don't believe that. Rook b2 anyway? So check, king h7. No, there is g3. No, there is no g3.
F2 is hanging.
Okay,
Yeah.
anyway, I think taking on c4 was like... But
Rook b2 is possible. Rook b2 is a very strong move.
here is
This
one
was
more
very strong.
fact, Katie, that if she does draw, it's also okay.
Yes, that's
So
true.
that's why maybe she decided, maybe from practical point of view, this is absolutely correct. She decided to stay in the opposite color bishop position, and on the same time she has initiative. If the opponent will protect her position, the max she could reach is a draw.
I agree with that. It's a very good decision. And Valerie, if you move the queen away, rook to b2 is very strong rook sacrifice.
Yes.
If you take the rook, there is a checkmate. You
So
can't
white has to
avoid.
play bishop b7 or what?
At this position, after rook to b8, white has to go for bishop to b7 to stop that rook. But this is an auto pin, right? Who wants to do that?
Okay.
And she's going for it.
Yes. And now what to do next for black?
I would just suggest to play something like king to g7 to make sure that your king is much safer square.
Much safer.
There's no checks.
No,
as
she did
goes.
rook d8. Also makes sense, I think so.
So that makes sense, yeah.
That rook was hanging on e8. Yes. The only trouble here for black is a few time. Otherwise, the position is absolutely healthy. She's not risking anything. And Omonova won against Mile Sophie, as we are expecting, connected to the position.
First side breaks for the second rapid game.
Rook
Is known.
d7. Another aggressive move.
Yeah, tricky position still. The tricky position because of time.
Yeah, because of the time.
1 minute,
Otherwise, for
30
example,
seconds.
even the move like bishop f6. I mean, what's the problem? Let's see what is she going to do. She did bishop f6. Come on, Katie, I can't
Too much
anymore.
connection. Too much connection.
I said just
Questionable
bishop,
connection.
and she is doing bishop f6. Okay,
Yes.
I swear God,
Out
they
of all
don't
the
hear
moves,
me.
it's not even like the only move. Out of all the moves.
Okay. Queen d5. Another aggressive move.
We can actually quickly take a look at the game of Claudia, Miranda Rodriguez, Tanya.
And Claudia is winning her another game. It's just game over. Well done.
The
Well
king
done.
on e5, king to heel.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Claudia. Congratulations. Galokha. Let's take a look at Galokha. Oh, Galokha got the advantage. That's an advantage. Actually, it's a still extra pawn without any special initiative for black. Yeah, I think she can do that. She can win this game. Let's go ahead. Beudalieva Gokha against Zahedifar Anahita. Beudalieva is doing her job perfectly. She won the first game, and this game is also positioned with a big advantage, a very big advantage. Just almost winning for white. Next we have Mamadova Blunder, who is also having a big advantage. Actually, she's pawn up. I think she could win this game. Let's take a look at Georgians. What are they doing?
Yes.
Oh, Matnaz is getting revenge again.
Well, in the classical chess that also happened. First, Matnaz lost the game, and the second she scored. And now we have kind of same situation. Black's pieces are very miscoordinated, right? Bishop there.
Yes, they are not
Rook
coordinated at all. Okay,
So
in the
knight
classical
c7 now.
in the classical round, it was the different colors. Anna Matnaz lost with the white the first round and won the game with the black colors. Now she lost with black the first round, but winning the second game with the white pieces.
Yeah, I played
She's
once
a
the
fighter.
match.
She's a fighter.
I had a once the match where it went all the way to like 8 tiebreaks.
8 tiebreaks.
I was winning with white and losing with black. And I was winning first and losing and winning, and we were playing the same. Like usually you play the same opening because this is your preparation.
Yes. So you were winning with white.
Yes, and not making draw with black. Anyway, we played 8 games.
Knight b4. And
That's also a fine move.
play knight b4.
You want to play c5, c6, c7.
She's pawn up, yeah. That
you
pawn
cannot
is
stop.
healthy.
And happy going towards the c8 promotion square.
Seems like completely winning. Seems completely winning. Yeah, what to say? The strength of the character. She's a fighter. She's getting back in the match again and again.
And she's very, very experienced player. Valerie, maybe you remember, and our viewers remember too, this one of the craziest game of Anna Matnaz at the World Cup. It was the Armageddon game against.
I don't remember.
The pieces were jumping on the board. You would not understand where the pieces were. It was, and Anna said it was quite a devastating experience for her. And maybe that's why we don't have the Armageddons here anymore.
Yeah,
that's the answer.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's correct. So Anastasia is trying to create some chances. She pushed e5. But just taking that pawn and pushing c pawn, I think for white will be enough. Yeah, no problems. No problems for white. Just take the pawn on e5 and then push c pawn. But Matnaz is thinking. She took it. She took it. Anastasia also took the pawn. and c5. So the same 1-to-1 happening that we said. Oh, excellent position for white. It's almost winning. Let's go to Gaponenko. Gaponenko, who drew the first round. And now she's having the advantage. Wow, Rook on f5. What is it doing there?
How this Rook ended up there? The pawn takes pawn on j3.
Bishop g4 is hanging.
No, she probably wants... Oh, the Rook cannot go back on h5 because the bishop on d1 controls.
Yeah, last move was bishop d1, that's why. So, how to survive?
Bishop goes back on...
Where?
d8.
Yes, but bishop g4, knight
Yeah,
d7?
that's the game moves. Bishop b6. She's sacrificing an exchange, hoping to get the pawn on d4.
Yeah, that's...
It's not so bad, actually. If you take now the rook, I take the pawn on e5 with a check. That's why Gaponenko takes
rook
rook
d1.
takes control over d4.
Yeah, why not? Rook d8 has to be done.
Rook d8. But now you can take the rook and bishop d4 will be pinned on d file.
No, on bishop d4 I will capture that also.
And I will just...
I'll just capture it.
and the rook c8 checkmate in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So... Yes, and she did it. Rook on f5. Yeah. Okay.
Another tie breaks, probably tie breaks Mammadova against Ali Yonshan because they have made 3 draws, the draw in the previous game, and this one also looks quite...
They trade the rooks. They trade the rooks.
Do you think white will try here still?
Yes, because that bishop is very weak guy. We have to try something somewhere. I don't know what and where, but something somewhere for sure. For example, putting the pawn on g4, then putting the knight on h6, push f5, trying to push f6 also to create the weakness on f7 maybe.
Yeah, and this is actually the style of Gulnar. We have a suggestion to go board 6 as we got the information that's a pretty crazy game. Let's take a look at that. This is Borda Rodas Anapeola against Miley Jade.
Yes. Miley Jade is winning. Miley Jade is winning. What was the score of the first game? Because here just king f2 and e7.
Well, she might qualify actually if she wins this one.
The first was draw?
No, she won the first. She won the first game, and if she wins this one, that's the
so draw is also
highway
enough.
to the round 2. Yeah.
Oh, now draw she has in the pocket because the rook h5 checkmate is hanging, so
yes.
Black is forced to play g6. In that case, we just capture the knight. And on b2, we'll capture the pawn also, and that's it.
And after b1, you take that, and we have a handshake,
on b1,
which means
just take.
Which means that
and d7. Which means that we have Miley Jade in the second round.
Goes to the second round, and her opponent will be Vaishali.
Ramesh Babu.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, that's a really nice scenario for any chess player to go to the second round. Who's underdog, get 5K, and also have a chance to play against Vaishali.
Yes,
you never know.
Great. So Alina Sab also won against Kairbekova, and it's tie breaks, right? I mean, the next.
Yeah, that's the second tie break. We have another tie break, Sophie Mili against
Let's take a look at Claudia. Claudia is winning. Absolutely winning position. Galokha. What? Rook up? Wait a sec.
Rook up?
Rook up? Rook up? So another tie breaks.
Ooh, where the rook went?
Rook up.
Valerie, I suggest to go to Colon's game because there might be beautiful checkmate.
Rook takes f6.
Yes, rook takes f6. And you cannot save your king. Do you think we're going to have that 27 seconds and colon goes for rook to d6? That's quite safe. You also want to give a check now, rook to 7. I thought she would just do it. I thought she would just do it.
So how it's a clear checkmate there? Let's take a look. Take
with the rook.
King g7.
And now you have queen e7.
Ah, here we are. King g8, queen f7, king h8.
But she had few seconds for that, and rook d6 is actually quite clear.
Yeah, safe.
And Tanya plays f5, she saw that checkmate.
Yes, but still, it's a checkmate there. Still checkmate. So,
Galokha actually
King
finished
G6,
her game,
Queen
and
G5
this
check.
game goes also to tie breaks. And we have a handshake here.
congratulations to Claudia.
Really, really,
and
really
well
good
done,
match.
Tanya also. She did her
What a
best. She was
beautiful
fighting
game.
like a lion.
What a beautiful match she gave to us with actually very quite tough opponent. Miranda Rodriguez Tanya from Mexico. She had a great run, but she's out
Yes.
from tournament. Colon stays and goes to the second round, and her opponent in the second round will be the winner between Gal and Priyanka.
Peudalieva is having absolutely winning position again in the game, but she has 16 seconds on the clock.
Valerie last 4 games right now in this round.
Okay, here I think still everything is clear. Let's go to Matnaz if she won her game. And she's winning. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Wait. What? Please, you can go
What
to
is that?
that also. Matnaz is losing the game.
No.
No, she's winning. Wait a sec. What's going on here? The last move. I got the okay. I got the position, but the engine bar was like saying that it's a losing.
No. Bishop to h3 was the last move.
And before bishop h3, was it anything? It was losing for her.
It was a blunder. Can we show that? If, instead of
Yes.
bishop to h3, queen to d1 was the blunder.
Yes, this is what I was talking about. So king h2 and knight g4 or what? Queen d1, king h2, and then what? Queen d1, king h2.
Knight g4.
Knight g4, yeah. And on h takes g4.
And then
Just take
we
the
do
queen,
have queen
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, such a great chance for Anastasia.
c8 queen. That's another blunder.
What?
Oh my goodness, that's another
Wait a
blunder.
sec, what's going on? Somebody help me, please. Why she promote? Why she just gave the pawn? Why to play c8 here? What was the best here instead of
Take
c8?
the bishop
Just take the
first,
bishop?
Take the knight next.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Wow.
Okay, let's take a look at this game. What did she do on bishop c8?
Knight d3. And now queen to d1.
Game over?
Game over.
That's it. That's, oh my gosh. That's crazy.
King h2.
And knight g4. Knight g4. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy.
With the player with such an experience, Anna Matnaz, with such a strength, she just blundered 2 moves in a row.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Okay, what to say? What to say more than well done for Anastasia, because the real fighter again. Yeah, she has absolutely winning position while she's okay even with draw.
And now Anna cannot even afford to have a draw. This will be not enough for her.
Yes. Yes, it happens. What to say?
Wow.
What to say here? Such a winning position, Katie. Yeah? Such a winning position. One blunder, opponent did not mention. Another blunder, And finally, she mentioned.
Yeah, she like it was a queen. She had to capture that. Actually, she just promoted the pawn. Wow,
It was
what
like
a
no
heartbreaking
chance
moment. And what's the queen goes on b3, picks up the pawn on a3 now.
No, the knight is hanging on g4, but there is f5.
f5, yeah. She's going for that. f5 is on the board. And also the pawn, a4 pawn will be another thing to worry for white.
Another trouble.
Just take the knight. No more jokes in this game.
Rook
c7 check. Oh, so tough.
Where to go with the king? Nurse, nurse, nurse. Just go. Does not matter where.
You can go
Just-
king f8, king
just-
f6, king g8. Any move. I would go backwards because the knight is tricky. I would go king f8.
Yeah. King f6 also makes sense. Yeah.
King g8.
King g8.
It's also a possibility.
Yeah, any of them. This is what I was saying. Just go.
Just go.
But nurse, nurse.
Yeah, she made this seconds. Yeah, it should be very automatic, right? This move. Wow. Yeah, now knight is hanging, the pawn is also
So
hanging.
king takes e4 only thing, right?
You can play knight e5 too if you want to have something maybe.
Some fun.
Yes, she goes knight to c5. She wants to take the pawn with the knight and have some kind of knight f6. Still some tricky situations there.
Yeah, she took the pawn. Why not? Took the pawn.
King e5.
Wow.
Oof. Okay, if this king gets on f6 together with knight and rook and the king.
But queen b2 check. There is a queen b2
King g6,
check.
Valerie.
Huh? King what?
Yeah, no, okay, now yes. I mean, if king gets on f6 safely, then it will be tricky.
Then some chances to draw.
Yeah, queen to b2 is a good move.
f2 pawn is also hanging. I don't know what to say here.
But wait a minute. If you take on f2, rook to c8. I play
where?
king e6 now, and if you take on f2, then king to c8. And
Then
the draw
king
is in.
g7. I mean, draw. The max
Yeah,
is a draw.
yeah.
The max is a draw. King d5. Yeah, just take on f2.
Oh, another blunder just happened in the game of Mungulzun against Cervantes.
Yeah.
And Cervantes actually will qualify to the second round without a tiebreak.
Yeah. Okay, so here we also have, what do we have here? King f7, rook c7, king g8. Repetition. King e6, of course, and has to try her chances. King b6 check. King d7. Now I think we can
Still
sacrifice,
tricky.
even sacrifice was okay.
Knight b3.
Yes, but then it
I didn't
pushed the
have a
h-pawn.
pawn. Oh.
Then pushed the
You have
h-pawn.
two pawns, knight is not capable to stop it.
King g7, okay, that does not matter now.
King
King
f7.
f7 also.
Yeah, safe, no checks.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, let's go to Talia Cervantes.
Oh, she did not took the rook?
She will took it now.
Gulnar won the game against Li
Yes.
Yushan.
Remind me, please, Cervantes won the first game, right?
Yes.
Now it's a perpetual check, that's why she's just
that's
queen
fine.
a5,
But she
queen
could also
d8.
take on e7.
Yes,
anyway.
taking on e7
Okay.
also was
All
possible.
right,
So another congratulations.
to Cervantes.
And that's it, all games done.
She is going to the next stage, and Mungulzun, she had a good run, obviously, but
Yes.
she's out of the tournament. The opponent of Cervantes in the next round is is someone very strong.
Has to be.
Is it? It is Maria Muzicuk.
Oh.
Maria Muzicuk, and the opponent of Kirtatse Anastasia is Tan Zhongyi in this second. Okay, well, that was a really, really interesting round. So many upsets, so many blunders, and we had a lot of fun, obviously. We don't complain about that.
And we have 3 tie breaks more, right? That we're going to have in 10 minutes.
We're going to have tie breaks, and we also have a lot of people just qualified to the next round. And we're waiting for some information, if we have interviews now with the players. And before that, Valerie,
yes, we can
did you
say
enjoy
that,
actually?
Oh, I enjoy much. So one more time, Claudia qualified. Galokha has the tie breaks. Gokha lost the game? Oh my God! Wait a sec. So another tie break. How it happened? Yes, that happened. Gokha, who was winning the whole game, she lost the game in the end, and she has another tie breaks with Zahedifar Anahita. It happens.
It happens. Well, we're having interview very soon, and we're getting ready for that. So we have some time to chit chat now between us, maybe to our viewers too. You guys, let us know if you like these tie breaks. I think we should have everyday tie breaks, every single day.
That will be much better. Much better and more fun. More fun. Could we fix who already qualified and who has the tie breaks, Katie? So Colonta qualifies. Galokha has tie breaks with Priyanka. Beudalieva has tie breaks. Another. Sophie has tie breaks. Mamadova won her game and she qualified. Ole Meli Jade also won and qualified. Cervantes qualified. Avramidou Toncheva. Avramidou qualified.
Yeah, we're just getting information that we're ready for the interview. Let's take a look who we have. And we're coming back after with more information.
Anastasia Kirtatse, who just won both of her rapid games and is going through to the next round. Anastasia, first of all, tell me how you feel.
I'm happy, and I will won maybe next games too.
And your opponent was obviously a lot more experienced than you. Did this give you any go into your preparation at all?
Yeah, because she's a really strong player, and I had to learn her styles, and I have to win, so I won.
And we're playing in Georgia, your home country. How does that feel to be on this global world stage?
I'm so happy because I had chance to play this tournament, and thanks Georgian Chess Federation.
Tell me, how did you qualify? Were you a wild card?
Yeah.
Okay. And you are only 15 years old, if I'm correct. Tell me about your recent achievements. You played in the European individuals and did exceptionally well there.
Yeah, I'm 16 years old now. I played European Women's Chess Championship. I started really, really good, but it was not good. Yeah. Now I will think I will play this tournament too good. Yeah. I don't know what to say.
And how does it feel playing with the top women in the world?
It's really hard, and also I'm happy to see them.
Yeah. My final question to you is, how long do you start preparing for an event like this? Because you do get your opponents advanced in time. So when do your preparations start, and how long did you prepare for your opponent?
I started prepare 1 month ago, and it was really hard because every day I learned new variants and some more things.
And did this come up on the board, your preparation?
Yeah. Today, yeah, also yesterday, and I won, yeah.
It's amazing. Thank you so much, Anastasia, and we will see you in the next round. Good luck.
Thank you.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
We're back, and we do have another round of the tie breaks. We do have 3 games which are going to start in a few minutes. And now the time control will be 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. We do have the guests in our studio. We do have Kula and Claudia from Poland who qualified with a big smile. Congratulations, Claudia. And that's going to be really, really nice to see her in the second round. The games have already started, Valerie, and we do have the first game in the progress.
So, this is a game, Galokha with white against Priyanka. I don't have games yet on my laptop, but it will appear soon. So they started another tie break. 10 minutes, so the time control is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. Right?
In these tie breaks, Gal is with white pieces. We remember in the first game she was with black pieces and the things went really wrong for her. She always comes with her cup of coffee, I guess. In every game there is a new cup of coffee. There's too much caffeine, I guess, which also probably boosts her. Or maybe
so
it's a
here
hot
we have the
chocolate, we
game.
never
Here
know
we
it.
have the game. Actually, we have almost the same thing, G5. You see? I mean, the similar, the last game. Katie, that's interesting. That's actually interesting. The similar, absolutely the same position.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely
true. And
the
we had this
same
G4.
position.
Yeah, very often when you are preparing for the tie breaks, you repeat the opening.
And Galokha also repeating. She played bishop e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5. And knight f6. Come on, Priyanka, you had to do that in the previous game.
There was
the
a day.
previous game.
Yes.
Yes, mostly when you won the first game and you have to be solid in the next game. Yes, that's
Players who
mutual
have
play.
the coaches or seconds here, they have a huge advantage when it comes to the tie breaks because
That's for sure.
during the breaks in these 10 minutes, your coach tells you, play knight f6 here.
That's for sure.
And this
That's
is
for sure.
already very big hint and a help. And as we mentioned earlier, when you go for the tie breaks, you don't switch your opening completely. You are repeating.
Next game, we have Beudalieva Gokha against Zahedifar Anahita. Beudalieva, which won the first rapid game and was winning the second one also, but unfortunately she made a huge blunder and lost in the winning position. Now she has the first game of 10 minutes match. She is with white. This is a as I understand, this is a queen's accepted gambit. Let's take a look how it was happening. Yes, exactly. It was queen's accepted gambit.
Queen's Gambit accepted.
The Queen's Gambit accepted.
I like that way.
Or you can say accepted Queen's Gambit. Queen's accepted Gambit. Okay, that's something new.
Yes,
you can mark
something
it, dear chess friend. And sacrificing on d4. Yes, that's quite common line, very complicated. Let's see how ready is Zahedifar Anahita for that. If we go in details here and dive, there are a lot of lines and very long lines. So we will leave it for those two players, Gokha and Anahita. Let them understand what's going on in this position. And next board we have Omonova Umida against Sophie, who also won the first rapid, and unfortunately because of the huge blunder she lost the second game. Now we see them on the camera. Omonova Umida is with white and Sophie black pieces. It was a Sicilian, I hope so. Let's take a look.
Sicilian,
Close
right?
Sicilian, yes, with c4. Bishop b5, actually. Bishop b5 check and then c4. Yes, this is a line. Now Sophie has to go. Yes, she already went to c6 with the e5 knight. And the position is with a mutual play. Let's see what the chess players will create at the board.
Knight to g6. She's still not castling on the short side. She's inviting f5 to be played. Then you'll get very nice square for the knight.
Yes.
And we know Sicilian players that if your opponent gives you 5 square, this is already one way ahead to win. Bishop goes on e3.
Bishop e3. And maybe now it's time for castle, or play knight d4. Knight d4 is also the option. But I still like castle more. Yes. Sophie did castle. Queen d2, not even d4. d4 was also possible to play. Right? For example, take, and knight f4. Knight f4.
Interesting. If you take then e5, you win the rook back.
Yes. Of course, rook d1 and white has a full compensation, but still, black is absolutely okay. So, in the game was castle. No, I don't have the current position. Unfortunately, it was knight g6, bishop e3, castle, queen d2. This is I see on the camera, knight h4.
Offering a knight trade, which actually allows the control on d4 square. Then you can control
at the same
d4
time,
square.
white has a space, so trading some minor pieces for black will be good. And Umida played knight e1.
Knight e1. The knight might go to c2 then to control this d4 square. You cannot really give up the control over d4 square because you have this pawn structure.
Now f5 is hanging. f5 is hanging, and knight on h4 could be stacked.
All right, yeah.
Because I was considering, for example, to play bishop d4, but in that case f5 could be very dangerous. So let's see what Sophie will do. Okay, I will refresh my screen.
She's actually thinking. At this point, she has not made any move, and she goes knight to d4.
I could not
Is that
refresh it.
stopping f5? Knight to d4. White can still go f5 in this position with the ideas that you showed. Is she going for that? She goes g3, kicking the knight. Knight has only one square to go, and now h4. Look at that. White wants to kick this knight all the way on h8. This is the edge of the board.
Yeah, here we are. Now we have the current position on the screen that we can follow. h4 was the last move. Do you think that attack is so dangerous?
I don't think so at this point, but if king goes on g2, rook goes on h1, maybe in the end.
Yeah.
Something, but
How
not
to
too
react for
difficult.
black?
Knight goes on e7. You have to push d5 somewhere. Not right now because you will lose the bishop, obviously.
Maybe knight even goes on c6.
Knight g2.
Seems like Umida loves her position, the style of her position.
The way
Maybe
how she's playing,
her
it
style.
gives me this kind of vibe that she plays a lot of blitz games.
Yes.
Knight to c6. Both knights on
Definitely
d4
Sophie
square.
is a much more experienced player, but also the energy is very important, that Umida maybe has more than enough.
Agree with that. Nice.
I'm not saying that Sophie does not have, of course, it's not true. But still, young players are always
There's
very
always in the head, yes. And you know
very
what is? I think
dangerous.
the even bigger difference for the younger player to the older opponent is not only the energy, but not having the fear, not having the feeling of fear.
Yes,
they
that's
risk.
true.
They are looking for the opportunities. The older you get, you are getting more thoughtful in chess.
Yeah,
you are
actually,
more
you know,
careful.
if we say abstractly, as much you know, you understand that you don't know a lot of things. So sometimes when you are less experienced, you are more brave.
You're more brave. Well, I stopped playing professional chess when I was 17 years old, so it makes me feel like my chess age is still young.
Usually people start playing in this age. For example, Aaron Nimcovich even start later.
21?
I think he was 18. 18.
See?
92.
Well. Nowadays, if you're a grandmaster at the age of 80, it's like nothing at all, because we do have young. The chess gets much younger.
But techniques is what is coming with age, you know. So in that case, the experienced player has an advantage for sure in techniques.
Yeah. Shall we go back to the game of Gal against Priyanka? They both just castled on the long side.
What did you say, on the wrong side?
Long side.
Ah.
Long.
I actually love when it is the castle opposite side because
Yeah.
it is more
exciting, yeah.
Yeah. So here Priyanka has a quite good position. She is well developed. She has pair of the bishops. She has a little bit more space. So the position for black is slightly better. Last move was rook c1, but still knight b5 is not hanging for now because the pawn just captures that knight and the queen is supported by bishop. So Galokha is just preparing the thing, for example, like queen b3 first and then knight b5. That makes sense.
To win the bishop, yeah. What black can do here, knight to b6, knight to c4 to get this knight on c4 square, which is quite annoying.
Yeah, actually I like black's position. I like black's
it
position.
too.
Knight
Yeah,
b6,
knight goes on
here
b6.
you are. Knight b6. Knight is coming to c4. If we play b3, there will be some unpleasant bishop a3 things.
And also you don't have a dark square bishop, right?
And
You
we
have to
have
be
no
a
dark
little
square
bit
bishops.
careful, even in the end game,
true.
not to give too much.
That's true. Okay, position we can evaluate is slightly better for black, but of course white also does not have any special problems. We did not review the game of Beudalieva. Yeah, actually in the beginning we reviewed it when the Gokha sacrificed the pawn in the opening, and now we have, yes, that crazy position with the pawn down, but the
You can get this pawn
initiative-
back actually at some point, maybe
For now,
right
we can-
now.
Yes,
Do you
bishop
think?
b6 was in the game. No, bishop
Bishop
a7 was in the game.
Yeah, you can actually take this pawn right now
With
on
the b
d4.
knight, right?
But I will trade the knights and then I'll play queen to b6.
What about this, and knight takes e5? Is it possible?
With the king in the center.
But there will be knight e6
and queen
or
h5.
not? It will.
Yeah, first
Knight
queen
is-
to h5.
Instead
Creating
of
knight
knight
e6
e6?
threat, yes.
Why not knight e6?
Because it's
What's
much
the
better. You
problem?
attack the knight as well.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
That's just
Yeah.
better.
Yes, it's better.
Bishop
can do
g5
that.
was in the game. Bishop g5, Gokha played bishop g5.
Hitting the queen. Now
Hitting
queen
the
has to
queen.
find a very good square. Because like if you go queen b6 now, then I take the knight on d5 and e6 is something
Yes.
dangerous. Wait, it's not
So-
any way. You have to play queen d7.
d7, yes.
Oh, knight e7.
Which knight?
D2.
d5.
Yeah. Now I can actually take on d4 because knight is pinned.
I don't like this move. Knight e7 is a little bit
It's
passive.
like the pin,
Unnatural.
like self pin is a little bit, yeah.
Rook c1, Gokha is not taking the pawn. She's increasing the pressure. Now she wants to take on e7. And then the knight on c6 is hanging. So what to suggest for black? Rook c8 is the most natural move, right?
Yeah, rook c8 also just to have this rook here on the c file, just to guard your pieces, and she's going for that. 2 minutes difference on the clock in favor of white. Yeah, rook to c8.
Rook to c8. Now taking on d4 working or not? What's going on if we take on d4?
That's very interesting. If I take on d4, then I take with a knight, and after bishop to b7, I have rook to c1. And basically, we traded too many pieces, and I play h6 here. After queen takes c1, h6, I kick this bishop, and then I can just castle next move. But it's very interesting because after h6, if you take on e7, Black has to take with the king, because otherwise you will lose some material.
That's true.
Yeah.
Taking with the king. Okay, let's see.
That's a long line.
Yeah, that's too long line. Not even for players, but for us also. So let's see what Gokha will decide here to do. 5 minutes against 4 and 45. Okay, let's take a look at Galokha. Galokha improved her position a little bit as she got the f5 square, but still nothing much is happening.
It's quite close position, right?
Oh,
You
wait
don't
a
have
sec.
much
If
of the
we
fireworks.
capture on f5, yeah, nothing special.
You know what? This is quite a safe opening for Priyanka that she chose.
She has to do it
But in the previous game, what happened?
This is what
she
we
just
were
blundered
talking
the
about.
rook on a5. She just blundered the full rook.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now she will be more careful, I guess.
And we have Omonova against Millet. Oh, Millet's bishop is excellent. Millet has an excellent bishop.
Knight f3. White wants to take this bishop, excellent bishop,
Yes.
off the board. If the bishop goes on g7, then I can push e5 and the queen is
And
pinned.
the bishop will not be excellent anymore.
There will be some problems with
So
his
maybe knight
excellency.
c6.
What should I do here? e5 maybe? What do you think about e5?
To support. I'm afraid of a3 and knight d5 there.
Yeah, you're giving up also d5 square, so
So Millet
knight
is thinking.
c6 makes a lot of sense in that case. Oh, bishop, g7.
So e5 coming,
This allows
right?
e5. Queen is now pinned. Pawn is pinned. So she has to play rook to d8.
And rook
I play rook
d1.
to d1. Wait, is she losing a pawn? Because if you play bishop to f8, then I have knight e4.
Oh,
Oh, she's losing a pawn.
maybe she could support that pawn from d8 and a6, but a3 is also coming there. Okay, let's see if Omonova will play rook d1. Rook cd1 seems good.
You can also start from d1, right? Rook d1 instead of e5 here.
Also possible, yeah?
Yeah.
And she
And she
did
goes
rook
for that.
fd1.
Rook f4.
Rook fd1. Here some queen b7 appears, right?
This is
No, rook
not
fd8.
accurate, but rook to f to d8. Now e5 is not working, Valerie, because queen to b7
Yes,
and
queen
knight
b7
hanging.
is everywhere.
So you
That's
have to
why
keep
rook
the rook on.
cd1. That's why
wow.
rook cd1 was much better.
Yeah.
People, always pay your high attention while playing with the rook.
Which one? Which
Which
rook?
one to go? The Dvoretsky even wrote down the biggest topic about that. Which rook to go? You see, rook cd1 and so big difference. So big difference.
Yeah, agree with that.
Now everything starts from the beginning. Now let's take a look at Galokha, who is trying to create something. She's quite active. First she put the bishop on f5. Now she wants to put the knight on c5.
The bishop takes on f5. Now the pawn structure will be changed, and this pawn on f5 will suffer.
Hanging.
Yeah. Pawn takes.
Take with the pawn. And what about... we have
If
some...
knight is 7,
We have some g6 there also, no? I mean f6. f6, e4.
If you play, can we show this one? If you play knight e7, chase the pawn. After f6, you play knight to g8. There is e4 strong move,
Yes.
and white gets
Yes.
some advantage.
Yes. Priyanka did... What she did? f6. She did just
Just
f6.
up that, yeah.
Pawn f6.
Smart. White can play f3 now to build up e4.
Yep. f3 and then e4. That makes sense.
There's not too much of time difference in this. It's quite even match, right?
Yes,
it's
it
quite
is.
even
Yes,
match.
it
We
is.
talked earlier that Priyanka, she has at this tournament 2,090 rating points, but in
Yes.
her best was 2,230. So that is her level, women international master.
Here we are, f3, as we said. Okay, let's take a quick look at Omonova Umida, who played Queen e2 last move. What about... no, that's not good. d5, that's good. That's interesting.
D5 is a good move, but here Sophie has to speed up a little bit because 5 minutes is the time difference between these
Yes,
two.
that's too much.
7 minutes versus 2 and 50.
That's too much. But it's good that it's good for her. She did d5. I mean, to change the position a little bit, and maybe Omonova Umida also will start thinking and lose some time, because otherwise it was kind of easier to play with white than with black, and Millet was spending more and more time compared to Umida.
I agree with that. Now what black wants to do is to play d4 and d3 next move, and together with the knight, the pawn on d3 is very dangerous, and the bishop also on the long diagonal.
Yes. Let's take a look at Galokha, who played Queen d3 after Rook e8, supporting the central pawns.
What she's going h5.
h5.
I just wonder what happens after e4.
Maybe bishop f4.
Yeah. The problem for white is that the pawns are not going forward, right?
So on e4, if black plays bishop f4, maybe knight c5 and then knight e6.
Knight e6, yeah. So after e4, you can do either b6 or knight to b6 to challenge the knight.
What she did? Knight b3?
Yeah. She's aiming c5 square. b6 should be the move here for black to stop those knights on... Because look at these knights being on the side of the board, and with one move b6, you are just stopping them.
Yes, on the same time, knight b3 is doing another job. In case we need to push e4, it is supporting the d4 pawn. So in the game was... What was in the game?
Queen to e7, hitting the pawn on e3, and rook to e1, guarding the pawn. So far, we have quite equal position in both 3 games.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Very tough
But it's also the first game, right? In the second game, they are in must-win situation, or they want to make a draw. So it's different dynamic, as we saw.
That's true. That's true. Gokha Beudalieva is improving her initiative. Step by step, she wants to get the advantage, and maybe she already has some advantage, as the bishop, dark square bishop, is quite strong.
Knight e5 has been just played. Knight d7 now is a threat to win the exchange, and maybe it's time now for black to get rid of the knight.
They have the same time on the clock, and it is Anahita's turn on knight e5. So taking on e5 will face bishop takes e5, and white has a very strong bishop on e5. The white is pawn down, but it's a full compensation there. Okay, let's go to Galokha again. Knight b6. Knight b6 is a little bit strange move.
Yeah, I don't like knight b6, to be honest. b6 was the move that was stopping knights.
Yeah.
Now we have knight c5, bishop c5.
It could be advantage for white.
She wants to play knight d7 to challenge the knight after taking on c5.
Yes, but there is knight e6 square for white knight.
Knight f8?
The perpetual trading.
This is exactly what she wanted in the previous
this is what she has to do there.
Okay, if this game goes in a draw, then Gal will not repeat the first game opening 4,000%. That was just a blunder.
Let's see. First of all, she has to decide how to capture that bishop, with the pawn or with the knight. She's thinking. She's thinking. She has 3 minutes, and Priyanka has 1 minute and 41 seconds. So she's, of course, it's clear that she's considering taking with a pawn, which also makes kind of sense. The only thing I don't like here is that the black knight got the e5 square after knight d7. There is e5
Valerie,
square.
we do have a blunder in the game of Beydulayeva. Let's go there directly.
Oh, here we are.
So black did not capture the knight and allowed to take on h6.
Okay, so black could not capture, and they just have to ignore it. So they are still with the equal material, but white had the compensation when they were pawn down. Now when the material is equal, of course white's position is with a big advantage. Bishop h6, well done. So let's consider what's going on g takes h6.
Yeah, you take with a knight, king goes on f8, and now instead of taking on f7, you have even better move, bishop to c6. Bishop c6 and rook to e6, and that's the winning plan here.
Yeah, that's cool.
And rook is stuck anyway there.
Yeah. Okay, we can go back to Galokha as they start doing the moves quickly.
Yeah, they're repeating the knights back and forth on e6 and c5. Yeah, there is not much to risk here also for white,
knight
but she's
b3.
playing knight to b3.
Knight b3. Makes sense for white, makes sense. Still, Galokha is trying to get the advantage. She's quite aggressive in this very quiet position, by the way, from the beginning.
She likes to try everything. I think that's her strength. She's trying until she gets something.
Yeah. But black is too ready against e4 as the rook is supporting g pawn. So, for example, on e4, black could capture, and g4, black's passed pawn will be more dangerous. So after rook g8, Gokha played knight a5. Rook c6 is hanging now. That's a tricky thing. Rook takes c6.
Oi, oi, oi. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Bishop to g4.
Queen b4.
What was that? Queen
Queen b4. Makes sense, huh? Queen c3, trading the queens. Take. I don't think it was the best option for white to trade the queens and put the knight on a5. Now I like black's position more. I mean, they were ready for the endgame.
Because of the pawn structure, right? You have this backward pawn on
Even
a3.
if I play straightly g4 here,
yeah.
just straightly. I'm not sure it's the best move, but just straightly.
She's going for
g4,
that.
yeah.
I like when Priyanka makes the move, she always looks at her opponent to check the reaction. And here we have rook on j4. f5 pawn is now a weakness. e3 pawn is now a weakness. And knight on a5 is too far from the actions. Maybe you can try rook to b3 now to chase the pawn on b7.
And knight b6, right?
Exactly. And then knight a5 is just stuck, has no move.
Yeah. Putting the knight on a5 was not the best option. So now white has some troubles. I'm not saying it's unsolvable, but for example, rook takes d4 is already hanging.
That's true. Rook f4 is the worst scenario if that's not working.
Rook h1, it's correct. Gokha still trying to attack. She's still trying to attack the king. Now she wants rook h7, then rook b3. Okay, rook g8, I think he's stopping all Gokha's attacking plans.
You have so many plans and then one move just
suddenly
stops you.
If you want to attack, don't trade the queens. Okay, let's take a look at Beydulayeva. Oh,
Look at the time situation. The position is quite crazy as well.
oh my God.
Oh, wow.
What's going on?
What happened? We're behind.
So rook takes c7, queen takes c7. It's absolutely winning position for white, but time trouble. Time trouble and high pressure.
Rook to c1, hitting the queen. Queen should go on d6 to control every square. I'm not a big fan of rook to c1, actually. This rook was so nicely on e1. Maybe rook c5 to support the knight on e5 next move.
Makes sense.
Yeah, she's going. Bishop d2.
The pieces go back.
Yeah. This is when you can find the plan, you just pass to me when this is a safe
You are trying
move.
to be solid then.
Yes.
Still, the white's position is, of course, with advantage, but not so big as it was, for example, 2 moves ago when the pieces were staying very active.
Exactly. Rook to c8, offering a rook trade. Rooks are off the board. And queen to h5.
Queen to h5 is a perfect chance in the trouble of the time.
You want to play queen to e8. Queen to c6 was the move black wanted to play, but she took the piece back. 15 seconds, she has to make the queen move. It's a touch move. Queen to d8. I wish we had cameras when I was a kid. There were so many touch move situations.
Yeah, that's true.
I think some players, some kids were just doing it on purpose to like upset.
Yes.
Knight e5, I like that move.
Now white is
Bishop to
good
b7.
again.
It feels like. Wait, knight. Wait. Oh. I thought it was a queen e7 sacrifice, but it's not.
Queen f7,
But
king
e6 pawn
h8.
is hanging.
Queen takes e6, just simply.
Yeah. I wanted to suggest queen e7, queen blunder. Yeah, she takes the correct piece.
What about bishop d5, knight f7, check, game over. Okay, queen d5 then, the only move.
Queen d5, forcing white to trade the queens?
Actually, why not? I agree with that. I will trade the queen.
Just going for that. Now bishop has to take, otherwise the knight on f5 is hanging, and white has extra pawn in the endgame. And a pair of bishop, which is also good. Bishop g5 now would make a sense, with the idea to play g4 next. And these knights are just stuck to each other.
Yes. No?
Is not it winning, simple?
Yes, it was. Yes,
Knight
it was.
d7.
She played knight d7. Crazy pressure, crazy pressure.
And we actually have also quite crazy position in the game of melee against Omonova.
The king is in g4, but in the endgame.
They just traded the queens the moment we went there.
Yeah, good chances to win. Good chances
And
to
in
win.
the game of Gal against Priyanka, there are some crazy chances as well. Knight b7, for instance, now.
Oh. Suddenly all games became crazy.
We have to choose. They are making us to choose. Which game would you choose, Valerie?
I think still that Beudarieva, yes.
Yeah.
Where is less craziness?
It's pretty clear. Yeah, white has extra two pawns.
2 pawns.
Yeah.
But opposite colors.
Let's go to the game of Gal and Priyanka.
Okay. Knight takes b7. Here you
we
are.
have it. Rook takes b2
And
already.
what's going on?
I'm scared.
What
There is a
for
rook
the
a2, rook
checkmate?
b2 checkmate,
hanging.
right?
Checkmate hanging. What to do with white? No, checkmate is not hanging actually, because on rook a2, rook b2, there is rook b3 blocking that thing. But if I play knight c5 first, then it is rook takes a2, king b4, and a5 check first, and then checkmate. And then checkmate like this. Galokha did her move. She did Rook B3. And it seems she is losing the game.
Interesting. Yeah, she likes the risk. Likes the risk a lot.
She risking much. So what's going on C2? Checkmate is hanging from C4. No. Take on B7. That's something not good, I think so.
No, it gives some chances now to White to survive.
That's not good. That's not good. That's not good, Priyanka. Rook C2 was checkmate hanging, I think so. Here White is okay. Here White has a heaven compared to the position that was 2 moves ago.
Maybe now she wants to play Rook to C2 after Rook goes somewhere, let's say F7. 10 seconds. 9. Rook to F7 on the board.
Rook C2 is just necessary to do. But that's not a dangerous threat because White has Rook B1 anytime. I can just move the Rook.
Free the square for the king. Rook to A3.
Makes sense.
Wait, after A5? You have
King
B3
A4.
square, yeah. And if you give a check on B2, just cover with the Rook.
Yes.
Okay.
Very close to draw.
Rook to B2 check.
Yeah. Now Gal is okay to do the draw. Of course she is. A5.
Well, Rook A2 was already draw. It was a repetition, but A5.
King A4, only move.
King A4 and...
Okay, Rook A3 back.
I have a feeling this game will
Also,
not end in a draw.
Priyanka now has less time.
4 seconds?
wow.
3 seconds?
Now White is not risking anything.
Rook C3, Rook E3.
It's just
You
a draw.
people, we have a weak
just a
heart
draw.
here.
It's just a draw. Has to be. But White is not risking, that's for sure. Rook B3 has to be a good move. And Rook takes F6. What else? Rook takes F6 and just do the draw.
Rook F6.
Yes.
That's it.
King D7
King
and Rook
D7,
F7
King is
check.
too passive.
Rook F7 check. Now White has to be careful to do the draw clearly. Otherwise, if they lost the D4 pawn. So Rook F7 and on King D6, Rook F6. Just do the checks. No, she wants to win. Oh my God. What did I do? She wants to win. That's a little bit dangerous.
You know what she wants? She wants to trade the rook for f pawn and then to sneak with the king on b6 and take the pawn on c6.
In the pawn's endgame?
It's a still draw though.
Still draw, yeah. When you take on d5, black will play d7, 9, king. Okay, what's going on other boards? All of them are in progress.
So far we have 2 equal position and 1 winning.
Peudalieva is absolutely winning. Too much of winning resources, even with a few time on the clock. H5, take and take. Yes, it's just winning. And Mille is just a draw, simple draw.
Yeah.
This
she
is
had
simple
chances
draw.
in this game. She had huge chances in the game earlier with the queens on the board.
Yes, we saw
but-
also with the rook and the bishop against rook and the knight with the extra pawn.
Yeah.
So now it's just a draw. Galokha also draw.
But you know, in this time control, we can only say like equal position because we never know. It is a draw.
But too
or-
few pieces, yeah?
Yeah.
And too few resources.
Yeah, that's true for sure. Even in the end game, upon end game, it's just not win for any of the side.
So Priyanka played Rook D1, forcing White to do the perpetual check.
Or Rook H4.
Rook H4? No, please, Gal, don't do Rook H4.
Don't do that.
Going back with the great ideas later is nonsense. If you want to win the game, going back is not the option.
King D6. Now probably Rook H6.
Yeah,
this will
perfect.
be a
Now it
repetition.
will be a draw. As we said, no resources. No, she's still looking for complication. Look at her face. She's still looking for the complications. What a fighter. Yeah, it's just a draw. Let's go to Sophie also. Just a draw. Oh, look at this, Rook H4. Katie.
I played against her.
Oh, come on.
And in the position when I had better position, she was trying.
That's nonsense.
Now she's gonna go Rook to H7, yeah.
No, she will go King B6 now. Oh, Rook H7, you know her better. Anyway. King D6. So Rook H6.
Yeah, not much of the options now.
Yeah, it's just a draw. Okay. Now, let's be serious.
Another game has ended also melee against Omonova that ended in a draw. We're going to have 10 minutes break after the last game finishes. This is 2 times repetition already.
Yeah, that's it.
Priyanka cannot really risk and to play king to on the background of white to do that and allow white to.
Yeah, now it's time to handshake. Gokha. Let's take a look at Gokha. Gokha, who is easily winning the game.
Knight f8 and h7.
Just promote. Oh, here is
Bishop
C3 check.
C3.
Here we are. By the way, Beudalieva Gokha is, I think, one of the strongest players of Azerbaijan.
Yeah, one of the strongest players. And she has been in the team for a long time, ever since she's quite young. And
That's
here
it.
we have a resignation. Well done by Gokha. But Anastasia has another chance. We have seen everything in this tournament, so she has a chance to come back with white pieces.
All games are over. Here is a draw. Draw is also with the game Omonova Umida against Sophie.
Well, we had a little bit slow start of a round because it was the first game of the second tie breaks, 10 plus 10. Now we're going to have second game of it. We do have one player in must-win situation. They had D4 Anahita from Iran. She has to score back a full point. And the other 2 games ended in a draw. We're now taking a break and we'll be back in 10 minutes with more games.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
I'm here with Mobina Alina Sab, who just had a smashing 2-0 victory in the Rapid playoffs. Mobina, I want to talk to you about your classical portion first. You lost the first game and then you came back stronger in the second game to win. Tell me about your mentality going into that second game.
Yeah, I lost my first game, and for the second game, I just tried to think about my game without thinking about my previous game. And I just tried to enjoy playing, just that.
In the knockout format, how does that work in your head, to be honest? Because, everything is on the line for you to kind of come back and win the second game. Or do you not really think about the result per se, but just playing your best chess?
Oh, I can't say that I can't, think about the result because it's impossible, but I just try to play because that was my first time that I play in the tiebreak, and that was the new experience for me. I just try to play and prepare well, and just that.
And for these tiebreaks, were you a little bit nervous? What do you think your strength is in chess, classical or rapid?
I like to play classical because I think a lot, therefore I don't like the rapid and blitz, but it's a game. What can I do?
It's interesting that you said this is your first tiebreaks that you played, and this is your 4th World Cup. Tell me, how have you think you've grown from your first World Cup to now?
When I was 18, I played my first World Cup in the Khanty-Mansiysk, and I played very well. I beat 2 strong grandmaster, Elizabeth Betts and Sochko, and I lost against Maria Muzichuk, and that was one of my greatest tournaments. And after that, I lost in the, first stage, and I'm here.
So you have actually experienced both sides of the World Cup, where the stronger player plays against lower rated, and then also kind of similar ratings play against each other, which you did now. What do you think is more stressful?
The lower rating, because when you play with a stronger player, you just try to play without thinking about the result, because the result is not important for us. For me, I just try to enjoy, but when I play with the lower rating, you want to win and you have a lot of stress, and it's so hard.
Well, thank you so much, Mobina, and good luck for the rest of your World Cup.
Thank you so much.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play, and beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
This August, Washington, D.C. becomes the global capital of youth chess. 50-plus countries. One world stage. The World Schools Team Championship 2025. Where strategy meets spirit. Friendships are made. Cultures are shared. Moves are remembered. And alongside the tournament, something big is happening. Welcome to the Smart Move Summit. August 4th and 5th, 2025, right here in Washington. A global education conference exploring how chess transforms learning. Inspiring talks, practical tools, global ideas. From the classroom to the chessboard and back again. Chess builds minds, builds futures. 2 events, 1 vision, smart kids, smart moves, smart world.
And here we are, another game has just started, and this is the second game of the tie breaks, 10+10. We do have the same opening, Valerie. We do have pawn on e6, but a different scenario. The queens are already off the board. And we're going to see very soon the board on our screen to understand what was the
and
opening.
pawn is also on h5. There it was on h6.
It was exactly like how this pawn goes all the way on e6. I want to know the
Always.
secret of Priyanka. I want to have a chat with her after this game to know how she's managing to damage the back pawn structure so much.
But okay, this is much better that the queens is not on the board. Also, pawn is on h5 and not on h6. And the white pawn is double up on the d file. Actually, the position here is just with compensation for Priyanka. So let's see. Let's go to the next game. Here we have Zahedifar Anahita in the position of must win. And she's trying to do the long game from the beginning. It's clear from the opening. Let's take a look. Let's take a
Gal
look how
having
it
a
was
big
happening.
bottle of water for the energy
Yes.
and her favorite cup of coffee.
Yes,
also
for
on
sure,
the
for
side.
sure. That nobody is drinking.
Yes, I think she just have this cup.
The same
and
cup.
Just
Maybe it's just
side.
it could be the same cup. Could be the same cup. Let's take a look at the opening of Mile and Omonova.
Priyanka has her own bottle, but it's a bit small.
Yes.
They have both of them some water with them.
So, Italian game, we have Mile Sophie and Omonova Umida. They tied the first round, and now they will have a fight in the second round, where the position from the opening is with a mutual play. Let's go back to Priyanka and Galokha. Knight d2 was a last move.
I really want to know what was the opening. Can we take a look at this game
Let's
very
take a
quickly
look.
from the beginning? It was a Caro-Kann for sure.
Bishop f5, h4, h5, bishop
Okay,
d3.
she played h5 now, stopping g4.
Yes, and no e6 here. Somehow she is not playing e6 with black. Playing and cutting e6 again. Okay, I would suggest for
If
the
they
next
play
time,
another, just play e6.
just play
Or
e6
just put
once.
this bishop on e6.
Okay, at least here play just e6 with black. To don't give that the same e6 sacrificing. So now we have this position. Knight d2, and Gokha is thinking. She played g6.
g6 has been played.
Knight h3. The white knights are going to the very comfortable places, knight f3 and knight f4. So bishop g7, knight f3, knight d7,
Somehow it's still,
knight
like black has now
f4,
better
knight
position,
f8.
developed the bishop, queens are off the board, so there's no danger to
Yes,
king. But
yes.
still, there are the weaknesses on the king side in the center.
There
this
is
a full
there is.
compensation
Yeah,
for white.
that's a full compensation. Maybe a little bit even more. A very passive position for one pawn, just for only one pawn.
Exactly, just for one pawn.
Okay, now let's take a look at Mile. Yes, here will be a long game with a Italian opening, and Mile Sophie also. Actually, I have to refresh my screen. Okay, this is Galokha, that's clear. Yes, here we have Beudalieva with black, having this position, which is actually mutual play. So, Beudalieva won her first game. It means that if she does draw...
Let's a little bit more. I think we have to refresh the board because
Okay,
they have
I'll
played
do.
some games, and
I'll
also
do,
we
but
don't have
it's not
camera.
refreshing.
Let's get back to the game of Gal and Priyanka. We have the video of that.
Okay, so we are in the playing venue We see the arbiter on our camera. This is Salome. Her name is Salome, by the way, Katie. Maybe you don't know this information.
Yeah,
So
we're
the
joking because I
arbiter we
know
see.
Salome since we're very little because
Yes,
we played
and we have the
together.
game, the current position. This is Priyanka against Galokha. The last move was bishop b2. Maybe black could develop their g8 knight on h6 and then put it on f7, trying to control the g5 and e5 squares. So knight h6, I think, makes a good sense, and then put the king on d7. But still, we are in the passive position, but on the same time, is not giving much to white. Next, we have Beudalieva here. Beudalieva is playing a good chess, I will tell you shortly. You know, the correct chess. That's more correct to say. Correct chess. She's just developing the pieces well and then trying to create the troubles to the opponent. Sophie. Sophie has also a very complicated position. Last move was bishop g4, so maybe it's time to play h3 here for white, as if the black captures on f3, white captures with the queen, and pawn on d4 is not hanging as the knight is supporting, and knight on b5 is quite safe piece and safe place for the knight, as the black pawn is already on a5. So I think h3 should be done. Yes, it was in the game, h3, and bishop goes on h5. I'm not sure about g4, but on the same time, I don't mind to play it. So, for example, g4, bishop g6, and queen e2, just for example.
Yeah.
Hope I'm not blundering. Knight takes e4, rook takes e4, and d5.
Ooh, look at that.
That was just a hope.
Look at that.
It was
Very
just
nice.
a hope. Okay, of course
So,
it's not necessary.
Valerie, we have to actually just point out that this is our second rapid game of the tie breaks. And if these games between Sophie and Umonova ends in a draw, we're going to the Blitz tiebreak.
We go to the Blitz. The same is with Priyanka and Galokha.
If it's a draw, we go to the tie breaks. And in case of Zahed Difar, if she scores a victory, then we're going to go also into the tie breaks.
Thank you for reminding.
This is the ways we might have here. And you are still believing that we're not going to have any Blitz tie breaks.
Yes, let's see.
I thought you would say that, okay, yeah, we might have one Blitz games, but no, you're not backing up.
I don't want to say that.
You're not backing up.
Mille played bishop e2.
Bishop e2. To unpin the knight, right? Just
To unpin
and
the
also
knight.
this knight on c4 was not doing too much.
Bishop on
That
c4.
one. Bishop, yeah. And I might think to play knight to h4 next move, knight a5.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, and I forgot, what about the answers that you got there on the questions about the world champion title of Georgian women?
That's a good moment to talk about that too. We asked our viewers on YouTube for how many years in a row the Georgian chess players hold the title of Women's World Champion. The potential answers are 15, 21,
That's
29, and 34.
That's wrong, guys. No 15 years. It was much more.
And most of the people actually answered to that. We have 47% thinking. In the end of the stream, we're going to give you the correct answer. We already voted, and we're on the right side. And guys, go ahead and vote. We have 520 votes. And also, please make sure that you hit the like button on YouTube and follow and like the stream. And of course, if you don't follow yet the channel of FIDE, go ahead and do that too.
Yes, you have to.
And then let us know if you did so.
Okay, let's go back to Priyanka and Galokha. Yes, so she played knight h6, but she did not put the knight on f7. Gokha put the knight on f5, which also makes sense, of course. The knight on f5 is quite safe, on the same time attacking the d4 pawn. But this is a position quite complicated,
Even though
position.
there are not queens on the board, still there are so many pieces. It just creates the mess.
Yeah, I wish that the h-rook was on b file or c file or somewhere on the queen side, because it's kind of doing absolutely nothing on h8.
So talking about that, how to get this rook into the game, it's a very tough
Target.
very tough to answer to that, because knight is on the way, which guards the pawn on g6. So you have
And
to
e6 on the same time.
and
yeah.
a6 too. You have to do a magic here somehow to guard those two pawns and then bring the rook, and you don't even know where.
That will not be easy at all. Gokha capture on b4 and capture on a1.
All right,
what's
the
next?
file is okay now, which is
Yes,
good
now
for
Rook
white
a2.
for sure.
Rook a2 is coming.
So what's the...
But black
Very
always
interesting.
have knight d6 to support the b7 pawn in case they need that. And also knight from d6 goes on b8, which also could be a very interesting place for the knight. The time we have Priyanka with 8 minutes and Gokha a little bit less than 7 minutes.
Priyanka always have 2 minutes advantage on the clock in most of the
Knight
games.
d6, here you are. This is my student,
d6.
X1. Knight d6.
She's heading to b5.
Oh, one on the same time, knight on d6 is quite flexible piece. As I said, it could jump on b5 anytime, attacking the d4 pawn again.
Maybe she's going to f7 to play g5 somewhere
She had the chance
to get rid
already.
of it.
Okay, rook a2. That's obvious.
Do you see these tiny little cameras that are adjusted on the board?
Yes.
Those are these cameras that we see the players with the
special
front
cameras that
view,
we're proud
yeah?
of.
Yeah, a very beautiful one.
And by the way, in the camera now, right now, we see a very experienced chess player, and right now they are bitter. Do you know this one? This lady?
Yes, of course.
A very famous one.
She's from Azerbaijan.
Yes, she's from Azerbaijan.
Ilakha.
Ilakha Kadimova.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a very nice
A very
person,
nice
very
lady.
experienced arbiter, yes.
Arbiter, and on the same time she was playing...
She's a woman grandmaster, right?
Yes, she is. So we have Galokha again here. On rook a2, she plays knight f7, right? Yes.
Knight f7. Perhaps she wants to play g5 next move, and that's the way how you can give some space to the rook on h8.
Yes, it is. Yeah, on the same time, the white has a very bad piece on a1. This is a bishop on a1, which has no future for now. If black will be on time to play g5, that will be excellent. Rook a7, attacking the pawn on the correct moment, yes.
Valeria, I suggest to go to the game of Omonova against
Omonova.
Milan. We just have a very interesting final move, d5, which actually gives a very good advantage to black.
So,
The rook on e3 is pinned, and the question is how this rook actually stuck
Yes.
there on e3 square.
yes, that's true. That's true. Suddenly, Millet is in a very bad situation. Also, time 20 seconds against 11 minutes. That's too much. Oh, very tough situation for Sophie Millet. Rook e1 was played.
Good idea to play bishop to f1 somehow to have a
A4.
coordination between the pieces.
And queen d1.
Can I take the
Take
pawn
on
on e4?
e4.
And
F4
f4 has
maybe?
been played. Yeah, f4
Yes.
is on the board.
Pawn up. For now. Rook goes on e8. Maybe it was possible also to put it on c5.
Rook e8
And
is
bishop
also a very
c4.
natural move to have this. Rook. What? Sophie has 35 seconds?
Yes, this is what I was talking about.
Oh,
20
no.
seconds. She had 20 seconds a while ago.
Oh, wow.
Now she even increased the time. So c5, knight b5,
10 seconds more.
rook d8.
Wow, the queen is hanging. Queen goes on
E2.
e2.
Somewhere she played g4 if possible, but not yet. It's not possible
Queen
yet.
goes on f5. g4, f5 is now a possibility.
On g4, queen takes f4.
There's no more f1 to push.
Queen f2, g4 was hanging, so h5.
Very nice move, h5. Can I do rook to g3, rook g5?
Yes, I was going to say that Sophie got some compensation connected exactly to that rook g3. The position
19
was
seconds?
much worse.
No, it's
Much worse.
13 seconds. 11, 10, 9, 8,
Rook
7,
g3.
6, 5,
5, 4, and a3.
3.
No.
Wow. And she got
Not
10
A3.
seconds only, and she still has 12 seconds on the
Yes.
clock.
This is the position we have right now. So Sophie missed her chance to play rook g3 and rook g5, which was giving her the chance.
She goes rook to g3 right now.
I think it's a little bit late, like in case of Batumi. Yeah.
Knight
Just imagine,
controls
Monova
G5
has
square.
11 minutes, almost 12.
That's a lot. I
Yeah,
told
that's
you
a
she
lot.
looks like
Like
a
a good
person who
blitzer.
plays a lot of blitz. Like even the posture of the body
Yes.
tells that, and
Yes,
how fast
you're-
she's moving.
Yes, you are correct. You are absolutely right. And she has a big advantage. If she wins this game, the match is over. And she has a very good chances to win. She has an advantage on time. She has advantage on the board. Maybe it's time to think
know
a little
what?
bit. Yes?
11, yeah, it's also a strength to know when to use your time. Well, the reason of Umida being so good in the Blitz and Rapid is that she's actually the world cadet and youth Rapid and Blitz champion,
Here you are.
2022. And also won the World Rapid and Blitz title under 16 with an amazing performance. 8.5 out of 9 in both tournaments.
Here
Can you
we
imagine?
have the provement. Here
Exactly.
we have the
And
provement.
in 2025, Uzbekistan Women's Champion we have on the screen. So we're glad to meet
Yes?
new talent, a new
Yes,
player from
that's-
Uzbekistan.
Take on e1. Take on e1. A huge advantage for black. Huge advantage. And she's not going to think. She's not going to think. She has extra 11 minutes, but she's not going to think. Okay, we can move to, no, b6. A very unpleasant move for white. Knight c7. Okay, let's take a look to other games also. Priyanka against Galokha.
Oh, we don't have the boards on the screen, so we can just
Yes.
Yeah.
So what's going on
see the
here?
situation. Priyanka keeps 2 minutes advantage on the clock and very pleasant position. Rook already on the back rank. Both knights are controlling. Oh, you don't have that move. Knight h7. Knight h3 was the final move.
Maybe knight d7 is possible here for black.
It was
No,
rook
knight
to...
d7 is not possible because of knight e6. Knight e6 and that's it.
Yeah, that's why black played rook to h8 to have this rook...
The last move was rook h8?
Yes, rook to h8, knight to h3. And then we had... what?
Yeah, it's difficult to find out.
Knight d7.
Knight d7, yes. Knight b6 is a move that the black wants. And Beudaliva. Let's take a look at Beudaliva. I'm refreshing my screen. I want to see the current position.
There are few pieces on the board.
Oh, what a crazy position. What a crazy position. 3 minutes against 4 minutes. Last move, knight a5.
You know, instead of knight a5, black could play knight e3 to gain the exchange.
Yes,
But
knight a5 is also gaining the b3 exchange.
That way, yes.
That's a fork.
Gokha needs just to make a draw to go to the second round.
She need that too much. Queen e7. So maybe take on b3. Take and try to be safe here with queen d6.
Four minutes, 30 seconds for black, 3 minutes for white. And queen goes to d6, right?
Or e3 maybe. d6 or e3?
Yeah, d6.
d6. Yes.
Offering a queen trade as well.
Yes, yes, yes. Being solid is very important here for black. Okay, now let's take a look at Priyanka. Oh, Galokha played king b6 because it was bishop f4 check. Bishop f4 check. Next move, black wants to play knight f7.
Well, somehow Sophie Mille is she's doing her best. She has more time on the clock, and her position is not that bad anymore.
Not bad at all. She got back the pawn. How it happened? Let's take a look. Take, b6, knight c7, queen c6, knight b5, bishop f5, and just pawn back. Oh, ouch. What's going on after queen e7? Their position is still very bad for white, as black could enter on d2. And what's going on there? If I play queen d2 with black. So it makes sense to play queen d2. As on queen 8, there are two options, knight f8 or king h7. There will be queen takes f7. Yeah, that's not maybe the best thing for black. So maybe queen d2 and on queen e8 check, just knight f8. Yes. Black played queen d2. And there is some blunder. Yes, it is a blunder. Queen takes f4. Sophie blundered. The pawn on f4. Now the position is absolutely losing for white. Simple bishop g6 is just solving. Yes, that's it. Bishop g6 that Umida Omonova played. And the position is absolutely winning, as I told you, absolutely winning for black. Even queen e5 is possible. Even knight g5 is possible. A lot of options for black. So knight g5 is possible. Queen e5 is also possible. Even queen f6 is possible.
Everything is possible.
Yes. And with such a big advantage on time, I think, yep, that's some of unexpected result we are looking for.
And in the game of Priyanka, we do have a pawn gone from e6. And also the rooks are exchanged.
Yes, but the rooks are not on the board anymore. It means that black has no problems. Just no problems. King
Your
on b6
problem was
now.
your own rook,
Yes,
right?
now king on b6. Instead of the problem, it became a strong piece, attacking the b4 pawn anytime. Oh, it will be a tough game for Priyanka.
Also, the pawns on d4 are doubled, and it's
Yes, black has advantage. Black has
difficult
practical
to
advantage.
create a passer.
King b5, here we are. It's coming. Bishop d2. Knight d6.
Knight goes on f5.
Yeah, maybe it goes on f5, yes. Maybe it goes king a4 and knight b5.
Oof, king a4, king b3, the king
Yes.
goes from the other
Yes.
side. That's
Yes.
a danger.
Yes, it's a big danger for white. Maybe in the classical game you can find out how to stop it, but in rapid it will be very difficult. I like king a4.
Ooh, we are getting back to the game of Umida against Sophie. Oh my goodness, some blunder just happened.
What happened?
There's a checkmate coming.
Black is doing checkmate.
Yeah, knight f3 is the best move now.
But actually the position was losing. You remember I was saying everything is possible, like this, that,
But it was
this,
at
that.
some point equal. But okay, the
Equal?
time, yeah.
No, it was not equal in the moment. The moment when I was talking was this position. The black is just pawn up. Yeah, it seems like...
Did she play this move? She pushed e3.
Yes. Knight
Queen.
e8.
Knight e8 and queen e5. Yeah, okay. This is the normal way.
Queen
You play
e5,
chess.
then bishop e2 and knight e4. Yeah, it's
Wow,
absolutely
this
winning.
will be a big upset if Sophie Millie leaves the World Cup in the first round.
Yes, but it seems like that, yeah. The position is absolutely hopeless. Knight g3 and
Bishop
promoting
is
the
hanging,
pawn.
your knight and the queen stuck there on
Just game
the
over.
back rank. 10 seconds, maybe she will just
game
resign.
over.
Oh wow. 6, 5, 4,
Yeah,
3,
what
2.
an unpleasant moment.
Oi.
What an unpleasant moment.
Bishop to d3.
Do whatever you like with black, even e2
That's
is okay.
a bishop sacrifice, but
e2.
e2 is good enough. Bishop takes on g6. King takes.
Very unpleasant moment for
And a
Sophie.
handshake. Whoa, look at the emotions.
Well done, yeah, well done.
Umida, congratulations. Look at her,
She's
being
happy.
so happy. This is so, oh, look at this smile. Big smile.
does
She
not
totally
believe.
deserved it. She totally deserved it. She was very good in this match. Look at her, how fast she's setting up the pieces. This is a player. We're going to have her in many
She's
top
very
events.
young.
Look at that.
She's very young.
Very happy, giving us the emotions too. Brilliant.
nice
Big
to see it.
congratulations to her.
Congratulations. Priyanka against Galokha. Okay. A lot of things happened. I don't have it. I will try to refresh it. Here we are. Please. Yes, I have the current position. I have a current position here. Last move was knight b8.
Oh, white actually managed on time to bring the king on c2. How come the white king got so fast on the queen side and the black didn't do anything? What
Yeah, it
happened?
happens. It happens sometimes. Now knight a6 is also coming. Let's take a look at Beudalieva. Yes, Beudalieva has a very good chances to to the draw. Okay, let's get back to Galokha. As in Beudalieva's game, it is most expected result, the draw. This is a current position she has, g6. Black does not have to lose this game.
Playing safe, giving the left for the king on g7, f6.
Yeah.
Next move, you can always give up one of your rook for pawn and the bishop, and that's going to be endgame.
Yes,
Which
yes,
is a
but
draw.
on the same time, Black wants to attack the white king. Yes, rook a2, rook d2 to put the rooks there.
On the second rank, exactly.
So maybe rook
c2.
Yes, it's just necessary to play rook c2 to avoid that. No, rook c5. A little bit risky, but she has to be risky as she has the game to win. I mean, she is in the must-win situation, but what about rook a2 check? If the black activate the rooks, what's going on? On the same time, b5 pawn could be very, very dangerous. It's not so easy, you see, it's not so easy for black to manage the clear equalization of the position.
I agree with that. I agree. If she goes with the rook to d2, king has to go
H3.
on h3, otherwise it's a checkmate.
And now rook e2, we can support that pawn if we
Okay,
need
too. Why
so.
not?
But another rook, another rook on e8. That's a good move.
Oh wait, if rook a to a2 would give white a chance.
To win.
Yeah,
Yes.
because of b6. Yeah.
Yes. Well, Gokha is quite experienced for that. She's playing quite solid. Actually, she had a chance multiple times until now in this match to end up the match.
Somehow
But-
it lasted longer than.
Yes, it was a lot of
expected.
blunders in the end. Otherwise, by techniques and position by itself, she was having the advantage always in each game. Here she is. Rook e8. 70 seconds. Bishop f7. Rook e7 has to be done.
The rook is hanging.
So rook e7 seems to be
32
the
seconds.
most natural move.
45 seconds.
Okay, it's time to do it.
She's sitting bare feet on the chair.
Yeah. Time to do it, go for
10 seconds. 9, 7.
Rook f8, not bad.
Bishop goes back on d5 to support the pawn on f3. And now the bishop is under attack now.
Rook b2. Yes.
d5. Okay. That's 2 times repetition, which is good for Gokha.
Bishop c4 can be done. And after bishop c4, then everything is protected. Bishop
14
c4,
seconds.
threatening the e5. So bishop c4, this is what we are suggesting. Yes,
And she goes for
played
that. You have to play rook e8 now to support your pawn on e5 and maybe to push this pawn forward.
Yes, she
She
did
goes
it.
rook to f8.
No, e8.
Really?
She did rook
Rook
e8.
e8.
She did rook e8. So b6?
Rook goes on the 6th rank to make sure that
it was
the
the
pawn is not
b6
pushed.
in the game. It was rook c7.
Yeah.
I thought
But we
she
don't
played.
have the board. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. rook to c6. White just wanted to play something on the king side, could not make decision, and then she plays rook to c6.
Oh my
In
god.
2 seconds.
So rook e d8 maybe. Rook e d8. No, she played Rook D7.
Why don't push the pawn on B6 now?
It's actually time to push.
Yeah, it's time for push.
Rook B8.
Oh, the pawn gets on B7. That carries destination.
Yes. Wow. Wow.
And I will do it with the rook C7 first and then B7, not to allow black to capture this pawn and the
Yeah,
bishop.
sure. Rook D4, B7.
She made the move on the last 4 seconds. This game is going everywhere.
Now she has to go King G7 or something like that. Yes. Now it will be Rook C8 for sure. Rook C8 and Rook D8. And what's the position there? The crazy position we are having.
Wow. Rook B4, perhaps.
We
Oh,
check.
the king is hanging. Oh,
Yeah,
king is
king
hanging.
is hanging, yes. I think Rook C8 was...
Just to lock these rooks there on the back rank, and then I don't know, just get this king to other side. This
I think
game
Rook
is very
C8
scary.
has to be winning. Rook
Do you know
C8.
that white is winning now,
Yes,
according
Rook
to the
C8
engine?
maybe? No, she played Bishop C4. That's a
She
little
made the
bit...
move last 2 seconds.
That's a little
Goodness.
strange decision. Bishop
Rook what?
C4.
Bishop C4. Yeah.
A very strange,
Very
decision. Rook C8, just fix it there.
She wants to checkmate the what G5.
G5.
Rook takes the pawn, right?
Yeah, just
Oh
take
wow,
the
this
pawn.
is
Why
this
to
is
give
a
that
scary
pawn?
zone.
Why to give that pawn?
Wow, look at that. You trade now the rooks, then you guard the pawn on b7 and activate the king. No.
No, not yet. It was possible to take on d6 here and play king g4.
But it's so difficult to give up your b7 pawn. It's all the way on the
Yes,
7th
but you are
rank.
getting too many pawns here. I mean, this and king g4. And just taking the g5 pawn. You're just simply winning.
It was winning, yeah. King d8. Now we can play king g4. Yeah, she's gone for then, attacking the pawn on g5.
It's absolutely winning for white.
Bishop goes on d5, guarding both pawns.
That's it, game over. Oh, we have another blitz.
And the game, Priyanka has ended in a draw. There's going to be one tie break in the blitz. We should bet something
So we
next
have
time.
2 tie breaks. We have 2 tie breaks.
Wow, nerves.
Okay. What to say? It's absolutely losing for Gokha.
Yeah, bishop can go safely on e4 square to make sure that nothing is attacking this bishop. And you want to give up this b3 pawn?
Yes, possible.
Oh, she's going to give a check? 10 seconds.
Maybe it's time
9.
to do the check from h8 and trade that rook, also possible. Just simply winning.
Anahita actually often likes to change her decision. She wants to play first rook, then she goes with the bishop.
Okay, yeah, just losing. There is nothing much to consider here.
Basically, we're playing without a rook now because this is tucked on b8.
Yes, even if you trade that rook, yeah, still winning.
And you're playing
Just
without
push,
the king,
push,
it's
yes,
cut it.
Yes. And 3 pawns down. There is nothing
H
much.
pawn goes forward.
Nothing much to review here. Check and trade that rook and push the h pawn. That's it.
Yeah. Wow, what a nice fight back by Anahita. She had lost position,
Yes.
and she did a really good job to fight.
And how many times already? How many times?
The rooks are traded. King goes
Another pawn.
to take another pawn. Oh,
Yeah.
difficult. Very difficult situation for black. It's
Oh,
also
just
very.
losing, yeah.
It's also hard to stop the clock and resign. in this
Yes.
situation.
Yes. It's losing even without the b7 pawn, just imagine.
It's losing with many of us. You just need to have 2 pawns.
Maybe soon it will be even losing without the bishop. Why to touch bishop? Just push the pawn. Okay.
Attacking the rook.
Push. Just push any of them.
G5?
Yeah,
yeah,
why
okay,
not?
you can. Whatever you push,
Yeah,
you're
just
not
push.
losing. Yeah.
Just push.
Wait, there can be some stalemate ideas.
That's the last
If you have
hope.
too many pieces extra,
That's
that's
the
also
last
the
hope.
problem.
No, okay, she
If
will
you play
resign.
G6 somewhere, that's already dangerous.
She will resign.
scenario.
I think she will resign, or she will be. How much
No,
time?
no,
it
she
is?
has to build up somehow the
Think so?
stalemate side. Yeah, why
That's
not?
it. King D6, King C7 was immediately winning. King D6 and King C7 in pro mode. Push.
H6.
Just push. Yeah. It's so pity to look at the player who is losing the game.
Yeah, there's always 2 sides, right? And then on the other side, we
at
have
least
someone who just got a
that's
chance.
true.
Yeah.
But here, at least Gokha has a chance. Here we have that stalemate situation.
Look at that, it's
Rook
a stalemate.
C8. Rook C.
It takes
Rook
with
C.
the knight
Knight, bishop.
to have 2 bishops on light squares.
Yes.
It is legal, you can do that.
Rook
right?
C8. So
Right? Is it legal?
I have no idea.
Imagine if it's illegal.
Illegal.
To
Yeah. Yeah. That's the end of the game. That's the end of the game. The handshake is coming. Unfortunately, Gokha is losing second game again. So upset, so upset. She's already thinking about the next round.
just thinking
Anahita.
about, yes, what to play with black pieces. No, we don't know the colors, actually. The draws of colors will be done after the end of this game. And this is the last game, guys. I'm going to have 10 minutes of the break.
Here you are, your stalemate.
Yeah? It's rook to g8. Knight.
That's it. That's it. So, the last game is over, and we have still 2 tie breaks. That will be Priyanka against Galokha and Sahedifar Anahita against Beudalieva Gokha.
Exactly, and we do have one more player in the round 2. Umira Omonova goes to the second round, and she's gonna have really tough opponent. But that's it. That's about the future, and we're gonna talk the other games later on. You guys, we're taking now a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Chessboard. 64 black and white squares. Or is it more than that? It's a battlefield. A stage where strategy meets instinct. This is where women play their own way. Playing with fire. Playing with heart. Playing with emotions. Playing as strong as any man can play. And beyond. Every move you make breaks the old rules. Every game you play redraws the map. No ceilings, no labels, no limits. This is not just a game. This is your arena.
the Blitz portion of the tie breaks. We have these two amazing players right now on the screen. They're playing 2 games of Blitz game, 5 plus 3 seconds only. And in case of a tie, this game can go even further, and we might have a 3 plus 2 time control on the clock. Well, we're going to see so far what we have seen. It's double-edged situation. Both of them are so strong that none of the sides has ever missed a chance, but also it is very difficult to create some winning chances. They are very solid. To compare the other games in the Rapid now, we have in the Blitz, we have something different. You can see that White decided to castle on the short side. Earlier, she was always castling on the long side, and we actually have a different opening as well. And let me check very quickly what was the opening. It was English opening, in fact, which went to the Queen's Gambit declined, and White just decided to play a very standard setup where White tried to push the pawns, minority pawns on the queen side. We have a3, we have rook to b1. At some point, White will push the b4, and Black is trying to control the center and control e4 square. That's very much important to control this square as well, not to allow White to have counterplay. Bishop to g3, offering the bishop trade. This is also quite normal opening, actually. We might not have some crazy sacrifices, and I would not be surprised if we have another draw. We do have second game as well in the progress. They also started to play Gokha against Anita, and we are going to take a look at that too. Valerie, we have this game. How easy it is for Gokha to play now another game, Blitz game, after losing her chances?
It will be very tough. It will be very tough, but she is quite experienced, enough experienced, and I think still she will do her best. So it's an interesting to see what's going on there.
Yeah, the opening. I think they also changed the opening. The first move where White decided to play g3.
I already have it.
Yeah, it's not even any opening. He went to Catalan or Slav. It's a Slav, actually.
Yeah, it's Slav. And this is a position we have right now. White pieces looking better, actually. The last move was rook d1. So maybe Black has to try to play bishop d3, otherwise after knight c4. But b7 pawn is also hanging. Seems like Anahita has kind of advantage already. She has kind of advantage. So maybe queen c7 is better, the best option. But in that case, knight takes c4. Okay, she played knight d5. She played knight d5 to block the e file, on the same time attacking the c3 bishop. Now we have to consider maybe queen takes c4 even, as gaining the pawn.
Yeah, and you're, wait, knight, queen c4.
Yes, queen takes c4. And she's going,
also
no,
to guard
she played
the bishop.
e5.
She plays bishop to e5. She wants to keep the bishop pair on the board, and she wants to take this pawn later on.
Yes, and now some b takes c4 is also hanging. White has a very comfortable position. Let's take a look at Priyanka and Galokha. Here we have this position, and it's interesting what opening it was. What opening it was? It was still Queen's Gambit. Now Priyanka changed her mind. She put the bishop on f5. And this is the current position we have now, which is very close to equal. Let's go back to Beudalieva. She captured on b3. And I think, yes, we have the new move. Anahita capture on b3 with the knight.
Now e4 is a threat to win the piece.
Yes, e4 is threatening. And there is a pin here on d file. So e4 is threatening. Bishop f6 was in the game. Of course, Gokha wants to exchange some pieces. So that's why she played bishop f6. She's ready to give the pawn for that. For example, take, 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 and take. She's ready for that. Here black has definitely some compensation, as bishop on e4 will be a very strong piece.
Valerie, the very quick reminder to our viewers, we moved now to the Blitz portion of the tie breaks, and we do have 2 minutes of the delay on the broadcast. So due to the fair play regulations, we cannot have games live, and we have minimum delay, which is 2 minutes.
So this is a position we have, as we are saying. Now it is Gokha to move. She has enough compensation, definitely she has enough compensation. The light square bishop will be quite strong, as I told you, bishop e4. Now I think rook d4 is the best option. Yes.
So can also rook d4 has
maybe bishop f3 now, because bishop on c6 is not so safe because of knight a5. So maybe
also
bishop,
it's with the tempo here.
Yes. So maybe bishop f3 immediately makes more sense. Yeah, she's
going for that, and you can also be a bit tricky to play queen to g6 and queen to h5, looking for some kind of checkmate ideas.
Queen f5 and queen h3 or queen e6, queen h3, but white has rook f4 on the same time always. But still, it's a compensation. Definitely black has a compensation. Maybe not enough to have the advantage, of course. Let's take a look at Galokha. Quite equal position we are having here. f3, black capture, white capture back. And this is a position. Position, as I told you, is quite equal.
Yeah, I see this game going all the way to the final tie breaks, sudden death, where they're going to play only one game in the Blitz, and as long as someone scores a point.
Yes. So what's the time control of this match now?
It is 5 plus 3.
5 plus 3. The next one will be 3 plus 2.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to Gokha. Bishop f3, and white played queen d3, and Gokha answered with queen e5.
Yeah, somehow I feel that Gokha has this effect of previous game still.
Yes, she has.
She's just
she blundered
doing
the
it
e4.
very slowly.
She blundered the e4 now.
Because if bishop h5, you lose the bishop. With rook to
now
d5.
It's possible to play f3 and then rook d1. But on f3 there is bishop e6 actually, threatening to take on b3 and take on c5.
She goes rook to d5 first, hitting the queen.
Rook d5 makes sense. Yes, e4 was a blunder. A small blunder, like not a huge one.
The other game is heading to the knight endgame, which is equal.
Yes, here we are. It seems like a very equal. So let's take a look at Gokha's game still.
What white's going to do is she's going to play e5. Yeah,
Yes,
she's
why
going
not?
to play e5, hitting the queen. Queen blocks the pawn, and plays on e6.
And rook e1. Now
I like
rook d6
F3
is
move.
also coming, in case they need so.
You can play f4 to support your pawn, and then to play
Yes.
rook to d6. But I like very much f3 just to make sure that this bishop is away.
That's also the fact. Yeah, white has a solid advantage. Rook goes to d6, I think so. But not yet. Yes, rook d6. Queen e7. Position becomes more and more passive for black.
Yes, that's not a good news indeed.
d4. No, knight is not the worst piece than the bishop. But still, of course, it's not easy to win here with white.
Queen is attacking the bishop. Bishop has to go back on e6, d7. Oh, she goes bishop to h3. I also like that, to keep this bishop on the king side.
Just in case we need it.
Well, right now the pawn on c5 is hanging. You can't play rook to c1 because e5 pawn will hang. And if you play knight b3, then you play
c6 also
bishop
not
e6.
possible because of queen takes d6.
Yeah, so she goes queen d5 instead.
Oops.
A very safe move.
Yes.
Somehow,
Queen
slowly,
c7.
white is dominating the whole board.
Yes,
It's already
yes,
other
yes,
side
yes.
of the board with all the pieces.
Rook c1, queen e7. f4.
King h8. King h.
King h8.
Was it done by last 1 second?
Yes. Oh. Gokha seems like losing this game. No, queen got some chances to start doing the checks.
Oh, wait, pawn takes on c... Rook takes on c5?
Oh, rook takes c5 is a huge blunder.
c7?
It's a huge blunder. Huge blunder,
And
huge blunder.
wow,
And she resigned.
Gokha loses her game right after she was very close to the
Getting
to
some
qualify to
chances
the
and
second
yes.
round against Anastasia, and last game in progress, knight endgame.
And here Priyanka is trying to win her game with a passed pawn on h file. Oh, they are
whoa.
blitzing.
What is happening? I'm really scared of these passed pawns. Both of them are really, really scary. 3 seconds. King.
Oh my gosh.
Where's the board? King c6.
Oh my gosh.
King has to stop. Knight has to stop the pawn. Check. And I think black somehow managed to find the checks.
Why not
Knight
to take on
b6.
b5 because of knight e5?
Oh, the pawn is gone.
Oh. Oh, now Priyanka is winning. Priyanka is winning. Knight e3 check is winning the game. No, knight e3, the knight
What?
f5 was check and knight g3.
Oh my goodness, last 2 seconds. King.
Oh my gosh.
King f8. So she tries to get this king at the safety, right? Then to have
Yes.
this
Knight
knight
e3 is hanging
e3
now.
check. e6.
Knight e3 check. Knight e3 check.
We have it on the board. White is forced to take it. Now you take. Oh, that's a brilliant move,
Brilliant.
intermezzo, giving this, giving no chance, and you cannot stop the pawn. Oh, and here we have a hand
Priyanka won
check.
her game.
Both games were decisive. Both games have been decisive, and we had actually in the first game black winning the game, in the other one white winning the game.
Yes, Priyanka won with the black against Galokha, and Anahita Zahedifar won with the white against Beidulayeva Gokha.
Well, we're going to have now second game of the Blitz, and the time control will be the same, 5 minutes plus only 3 seconds. And now we do have any break. The players have only 5 minutes to start the next game. So that means that the players don't even leave the playing venue, right? They can just switch the boards.
Yeah. Switch the board and switch the coffee cups.
Yeah. Gal likes to carry the coffee cup to the other side. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so we are going to the decisive part.
Wow, what a brilliant day. Valerie, tell me which part of the tie breaks was your favorite today?
It's difficult to say again. Difficult to say. I'm still thinking. I'm in the emotions of the chess players. You know, there was so many emotions during the game. Mostly Gokha, which was leading twice and was losing a very winning positions. We can say that she had the advantage in both of the positions that she lost, and now she's behind for 1 point. The opponent is leading.
I agree with that. Also hard for me to just define one player, but we could ask to our audience who's here watching with us all this game, and you guys can judge. And please to let us know in our chat, who do you think is the player of the tie breaks, of the best player of this round and of today?
I vote for Omonova. Umida.
Okay, I'll think of my vote. Actually, she was great, and I actually loved how she showed us the emotions.
Yes.
This is what we are missing in chess. We are missing a lot of emotions from the chess players.
Because we have a lot of patience.
Yeah, I don't blame anyone, because myself also I barely show my emotions because I would like to respect my opponents too, but. For the viewers, that's exactly what we want to have.
But as I know, as I remember, the opponent was not there when Omonova was showing that brightness.
Yeah. Another question, guys, after, if you have any favorites today, please let us know. But if your favorite chess player is not playing today, just let us know who's your favorite in the round 1, which actually was 3 massive days of chess.
That's true. That's true. And, the main things are ahead. Still.
Many more rounds to come. We mentioned
much
earlier.
More strong players.
We mentioned earlier that we have the top 21 players already arrived in Batumi. They are getting ready to start their World Cup 2025.
Yes, they will join us tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a great fight. That's for sure. The main army is joining us.
And it also means that those who qualifies to the second round, they already guarantee 5K. The prize, USA, not Larry. We also have a Georgian Larry here. Not that one.
There are different dollars, all around the world. That's
Australian,
Hong Kong dollars, Singapore
Canadian,
dollars, Australian, a lot of dollars.
It's going to be the US dollar. Dollars. Do we have the video of the playing venue? Maybe we have some of the players already at the board, at the player. They couldn't go far.
I believe they will be there.
Yeah, they couldn't go far. Let's take a look.
Here we are.
And here we are.
Here we are. Smiling from our beater. And we are ready to start the next round.
The coffee changed the side.
Yes. That side does not work.
Let's try another side.
Tie break show that. Okay.
Well, now Gal is must-win situation, and also Gokha is must-win situation.
Yes. Yes, they are in the difficult situation.
Not enough time to digest what has just happened.
After the 4.5 hours of playing the tie breaks, and when you are losing...
I think Priyanka just had some snacks. Look at her.
Yes, she's hiding it. She's hiding it, but we see it. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We know that. Oh, what a view.
What a view. What a concentration.
Yes. On herself. I believe she's angry on herself.
Yeah, obviously. It was draw all the way
She wanted to win too much always.
Yes.
Here we are.
And a handshake. Let's go, and we do have
The Alekhine.
Alekhine. Oh wow, I'm surprised to see this opening.
We have Alekhine defense. Yes, that makes sense, because if Gokha played that same Caracan, Priyanka had a good chances to do something very solid there. That will be very difficult for Priyanka to make complications. But from the beginning, she did a very strange move. She played bishop e6 and gave to Priyanka d5 with tempo. Okay. Okay, let's see. White could just continue developing. e5 pawn is hanging, by the way, at the same time. So maybe knight f3 makes sense. Here we are.
Valerie, the question: do you think we're gonna have some like we're gonna have another portion of the tie breaks?
Oh, everything is possible. We see that everything is possible.
Everything is possible. That's a good answer, actually. Bishop goes to d4, supports the pawn on e5, and black goes with c5, forcing some changes in the center.
Yes, black is good. They are already good. As the space is not supported, that Priyanka has the space of the pawns, it's not supported. That's why Gokha is using that fact. And she already had a promising position with black in Alekhine on the move number 10. Priyanka felt that, she saw that there are something to change, something to solve, something that hanging, and first of all it is a bishop on d4, so she's forced to take the pawn, but after knight c6 I love black's position. All pieces are developed, all pieces are active, they are creating the threats. Okay, let's take a look at Beydulayeva Gokha. So she played the same opening. We have the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Oh, that worked really nicely for her last time. And of course, why not repeat when you are in the must-win situation?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly the same setup that we have. Bishop c5, knight d2, and we might have the same. And he should not go there. It was really dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Before knight b3, knight
Yes.
d2, knight b3.
Bishop c5, that happened. Knight d2. White has a compensation for that pawn. Time also matters, time advantage matters. So for now, Gokha has for half a minute extra. h6. Anahita knows that there is a sacrificing always there, and on the same time, bishop g5 is a very unpleasant move. Knight b3, bishop goes on a7. Now Gokha could take on d4.
In the previous game, she played.
What did she play? I don't remember what did she play.
I think
There was not h6 on the board. She played bishop g5.
Yeah.
Yes, bishop g5. Somehow
So
it
there
was a little bit different.
Yeah. That bishop
Different.
created a lot of troubles.
Now bishop goes to d2. Let's get back to Priyanka. And what do we have here?
She's very active with the pawns in the center, pushing all the way on the
But
fifth rank.
e5 pawn is hanging.
E5 pawn is hanging. You can play actually knight d7 to guard
d7
also
first.
your... Yeah, she's going for that, to guard your own c5 pawn
And
and then
e5
attack on
pawn.
e5.
Okay, this is the best that black can do. And gut. So Gokha has all chances now to equalize the
I
score.
think it will be another e6 move here.
E6 in each game.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, actually E6 makes sense.
If you're losing this pawn, at least damage all the pawn structure.
Let's see. Priyanka is thinking. And she played.
Yeah.
And she did it.
There we go. The queen.
She did it.
The queen of E6.
The E6 Meister.
But this is the best scenario that Gal ever captured this pawn. We have to
Ever she
also
had with the pawn on E6, that's the best for Galokha. And just capture on E6, yeah. She has to. She's thinking about anything else.
3 minutes. Don't have much time to think.
What is she thinking about? Knight
Knight
E5?
E5, yeah, to pin the knight. That's even better move, because after bishop takes E6, I have knight G5 move.
Oh, knight E5, I will take on D8. Take on D8, take on E5, take on E5, and maybe take on C5. No,
Oh,
she
bishop
captured
takes.
on E6.
Knight G5, hitting the bishop.
Now bishop is in trouble, so it seems knight
Again.
E5 was the best move. Bishop takes E6 was not the best at all.
Well, I think if the bishop goes on F5, G4 is the move you want to play. In like, it's so funny, every game between these two players,
It's
when
connected
Priyanka
to
is with
E6 and
white
G4.
and Gal is with black, they have this kind of situation where the bishop is struggling, there's E6 on the board, there's some weaknesses
Yes,
on the
that's
king
true.
side.
That's true. Very complicated position. Let's take a look at Gokha. It's also quite complicated.
Yeah, it
What
is.
was the last move? It's
Bishop
interesting.
D3 has been
D3.
last move. And again, we have this situation. Anahita, she wants to play move and then she just changed it.
What did she do? Knight B6.
Yeah, knight to B6.
Now we have different camera. So let's go to Priyanka's game.
Queen E2. This queen is supporting the E6 square for the knight, and also white wants to long castle and bring the rook on the open file.
That's true. That's true. Knight E6 is also the option. That makes sense. And Galokha now doing knight E5. He's not giving the opportunity for white to do the long castle. On the same time, she's increasing the pressure on C4 pawn and tapping knight E6. So what can one move do more than knight E5 did?
Rook anyway comes to D file without the king
And queen C8.
and attacking the queen.
Very complicated
The
position.
pawn on C4 is hanging.
Now it's hanging.
And you can't really afford the bishop to capture this pawn and hit the
Yes,
queen
and
on
even in
E2.
case of B3, we have to count knight takes E4, as the knight on C3 is also hanging. Oh, no, that's
50 seconds for Priyanka.
So she's still thinking. She has, how much time she has? 40 seconds.
40 seconds, yeah.
Oh, it's time to play faster.
30 seconds. Queen went to E4.
Queen E4.
She just probably wants to trade the pieces and to be ready to castle. Because if white is on time to castle, then black's king is still in the center. The best pair for white would be if black captures the bishop to H4 to C4, but it's of course
What
not
did
going to
she
happen.
do?
H6.
H6.
Knight has to go back on F3. Any changes here will be good for White, of course, G6 pawn will hang. Knight takes the
F3
knight.
with check. Otherwise, Queen G6 check was there also. So Knight F3 is a check. Maybe take with the pawn.
I love that idea. The take with the pawn.
Too
20
few time on
seconds.
the board. On the clock, sorry. G takes.
G
That's
takes
correct.
on F3. The position is really, really crazy.
Yes. Oh, maybe Queen C6.
Gal has
Or-
really good time on the clock. 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Or maybe Bishop F7. Yes, she did Bishop F7. She wants to do the short castle. Rook G1. And now the pressure on G file. What a tough game, Kitty. What a tough game.
This double-edged game. Both of them have still chances for any result.
But still, we have to say that black is pawn up. Short castle.
How about knight B5? Oh, okay.
Bishop D3. Now taking on G6 is hanging.
White can also play something like king D2, king C2 to hide the king.
What was there? Knight D7.
Knight D5.
And Knight D5.
Ooh, knight E7 is coming.
Now it seems very dangerous for Galokha.
She has to give up her light square bishop. 7 seconds for Priyanka in this position.
Yes. But she's so confident.
Yeah, look at her, like she has 7 hours in that. It has to make a move, 3 seconds. Queen takes with a check. But this is
And
only
G6
3
hanging.
seconds increment, Valerie. It's not enough time.
Yes.
Rook takes on G2,
G6.
G6.
Now Knight E5 is not possible because of
You
Rook
take
H6.
Yeah. Knight F6 has been played, hitting the queen. Queen can go on oh,
E5.
the queen.
She went on E5.
Queen E5. Black's queen also gets into the game. I would play here king to G2 to just make sure my king is running from the danger. 2 seconds, oh my goodness. Rook is hanging, no? And you just take the
Okay.
pawn on C5 when you
I
have
can't be on
no
time to do the moves on the board.
Queen is hanging. 3 seconds.
Oh,
Oh my goodness, 4, 3. She takes the bishop on G7. If you
So
take
take
with the
back.
queen. Oh my goodness. What is happening?
take on E5. Okay, white has a good chances to do the draw,
Perfect
at
bishop.
least. Take on F4 is also possible, and Rook D7. All
D6
this also
check.
possible. Now taking F4.
2 seconds. And she's not getting
That's
any time
crazy.
even after
That's
the moves.
crazy.
8 seconds for Gal.
Rook A8 has to be done.
H5. We had a bit of handshake there.
Rook A8 then. No, A8. White has a.
Black is offering a
enough
rook
reserve.
trade, of course, not being
Now Bishop
accepted.
D3 check is also coming. Then Bishop E4. No, she didn't do that.
She's keeping, I think, that check. Maybe now.
Bishop D3
Yes, that's
check.
a
Yeah,
good
White's
one.
position is very solid.
And then you pick up the pawn on B7.
Why not?
And she has
That's
good
already
7
2
seconds.
pawns.
Now she has to be careful not to blunder the bishop.
She's not doing that. Oh,
Yeah, she's
White's
doing really
position
good,
is
Priyanka.
like winning.
I take the pawn on A7, right?
That
She
also
goes
makes sense.
B4.
She blundered
She
the
no, no, no.
pawn.
She
Blundered
she
a pawn.
blundered, actually, yeah.
She was expecting that black capture on H4.
A5.
Yes, but okay, white has draw in the pocket. Let's just draw in the pocket.
Oh no, this is not a good time to have any piece drop.
What about C7? Am not I promoting?
Yes.
That's it. Game over.
Wait.
No, that I yes, and Rook C6. Oh my
Or
god.
bishop C6.
Rook C6. Oh my
Look
god.
at that.
Oh
5
my
seconds.
god. Here we are.
Check. King F4.
Why
King
there?
D4. Closer to the pawn. 2 seconds. Oh, and captures. This is a game over.
That's
This
game
is
over.
a game over. She tries her best, even in this position.
Time?
Oh,
Yeah,
and the handshake. Congratulations to Priyanka for going to the second round at the World Cup. She is the underdog of this tournament. Galokha was favored, obviously, in this match on the ratings, but
Yes.
on the board we have
here
seen.
we also have handshake.
best.
Gokha lost her game or she lost the match? Yeah, she lost the game and she lost the match.
As well. So what do we have now for tomorrow? We're gonna have Priyanka facing Gunina in the round 2, and we have Claudia facing Priyanka, Claudia,
Yes.
and Gunina will play against.
Sahedifar, Anahita.
Yes, that's
Yes.
that's the thing. Oh wow, that was a very
was a
long
crazy
day
day.
and a
It was a
crazy
crazy
day for
day.
us. But we enjoyed very much. We obviously had a lot of heroes today, but we are just getting information that Priyanka is a player of the round 1. Officially, and we're hopefully gonna have her interview right now, and while we have a time we will answer to the question earlier we asked in the chat: for how many years in a row did Georgian chess players hold the title of Women's World Champion? And the correct answer
29.
is 29, and we're very proud of that. 2 players were holding for 29 years the world champions titles. So wow, what
Such
a day.
emotions, like I couldn't say anything, you know, I'm under the emotions of the games.
Yes, I have also I'm happy actually. It was a really, really good day for us.
Mostly it's pity that Gokha lost that match. Yes, but it's a fact that the opponent was fighting till the end, and she got what she got. We have to say she deserved it.
She totally deserved it, indeed. And we do have upset of a round, which is Sophie Millie being out of the competition, leaving the World Cup.
Actually,
in the
Gokha is
first
the
round.
same. Galokha is the same, right? Some upsets to compare to the rating things.
Yeah, but
connected to the
basically
rating.
these tie breaks, the Blitz tie breaks, was
Also,
all
Kirtadze, the Georgian girl that.
all the upsets. Today we had a lot of upsets.
A lot of
actually,
upsets, yes. But still, we enjoyed much. We enjoyed much. That was much more fun to watch the tie breaks than the classical games.
So once again, we are announcing the player of the round is Priyanka from India. And well done, here we have a big smile of a wonderful player, Priyanka K, whose rating right now is 20...
0-9.
No. Yes.
0-9 or 9-0?
9-0, yeah.
9-0.
We can't take that much away from her, 90 points. But she's the player who was having 2200
Yes,
rating, and
22
she's the
something.
woman international master as well.
Yes. So we are waiting the interview from her, right? Okay,
Well,
let's see.
we're calling it a day. Today we had enough drama, obviously, and we need
But
to...
we have a very good weather outside.
Yeah, so we're gonna enjoy that. Thank you, Valerie, for being amazing
Thank you
co-host.
also.
We're gonna have another commentator joining us. Almira Skripchenko will be joining you for the next round. I'll be also around here, and now
Keep in touch.
Yes, keep in touch. And now let's take a look at the final interview of the day.
It's been a crazy day of playoffs here in Batumi, and I'm joined by Priyanka K, who has gone through to the next round after beating her higher rated Hungarian opponent. Priyanka, so many emotions. Tell me how you're feeling.
For now, I'm just relieved because it was a really crazy day. Like I won the first tie break, and then the second round I just blundered my rook directly. So I mean, altogether it was a very crazy day. So yeah, I'm relieved for now. Yeah.
And you don't seem to be so much less rated than your opponent on the board. How did you feel, especially coming in with preparations?
Okay, I did decrease a lot of my rating points. I'm around 2250 and I'm like 2090 now. So that is there. But I think, I didn't really think about my opponent's rating. But I just know she's a really good player and I'll have to. And this is my first time in World Cup, yeah. So I'm just here, all excited, nervous, everything. So I just want to give my best. That's it.
After every game here in the Rapid and Blitz, you came out and you were talking on the phone. We would see you. Your dad is here supporting you. Were you prepping with your coach over the phone?
I mean, you could say that, yes. And he's my uncle, by the way. Yeah, so I'm here with him. Yes, I mean, and also like after every single game, I think I kind of like let that game out by talking about it. Yeah. That is how because otherwise if if I go to the next game just by, with having all those emotions of blundering a rook, then that wouldn't work, yeah. So I was just letting all out and then going for a fresh game again. Yeah.
That's a very healthy mindset to have. You said this is your first World Cup, and now you're going on to the next round where you're playing with the Indian greats. You know, we've got Harika, Humpy, Divya. How do you feel to be playing in the same events as them?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I don't think I've ever played an event together with Humpy and Harika. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. Yeah, looking forward to it.
And you share the Tamil Nadu roots with Vishy and Gukesh. Tell me about that and chess and that side of India.
Yeah, I mean, they are really inspiring and yes, I come from a place where I grew up watching Vishy sir's game and yeah, I mean, yes, that's all there in our roots, yes.
And another thing is that I heard that you've written a chess poem before.
Yes, it was okay. It was during COVID. I love writing, so whenever I get some free time, I just love to write my emotions out. And yes, I did it during the COVID time. Yeah. Yes, 2020.
Sounds like you have a very healthy approach to letting your emotions out in chess, which no doubt will help you. And I hope we can hear that poem or publish it on FIDE someday, and that you'll be writing much more.
Thank you so much. Sure, we'll do that. Yeah.
So good luck for the coming rounds. You've got some practice behind you. We've got some new players going in. So we wish you best of luck for the next round.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that's it, everyone. Playoffs are done. Tomorrow we go into round 2. See you then.